start for our August 13th OEIB planning meeting. Just a reminder that today is a planning meeting. It's a bit different. We don't have any action items today. But we will have a series of presentations and actually do some work today. So I am the alternative chair. So your classic, you get what you pay for. But basically, Mary Spildy, as you know, has been selected as an alternative chair when the governor is not available. And so normally Mary would be doing this today, but she has some events going on in her world that she may be pulled in and out, so she asked to not be the full-time facilitator. So I agreed to do that today. So I'm really looking forward to it. Seth, if we could start with a roll call.
Beyond the roll call, how many other members are we expecting? Are we expecting a big crowd or is that?
Good question, Nancy.
So, Seth, do you want to tell us who's not planning on being here?
I heard that everyone should be here. I think everyone's going to make it.
I think Dr. Henry is, I think he is traveling.
Yeah.
Okay. And Mary does plan to be here, it's just in and out. She's working on something for the college.
Julia Ray Edwards. Yvonne Curtis.
Present.
Matthew Donegan. Samuel Henry. Nicole Maher.
Present.
Mark Mobile.
Here.
David Reeves.
Here.
Ron Saxton.
Here.
Mary Spildy. Kay Jarrett.
Here.
Hannah Bendrick. Dick Withnell. Here.
Okay, thank you. So moving right into item number B, this really gives me high honor to be able to do this. I would like to introduce our new interim Chief Education Officer, Ms. Nancy Golden. As you know, she has been an active member from OEIB, and that well before then as well as a Springfield superintendent. And those of you that know Nancy know she comes with very, very strong commitment and passion to this work for 40-40-20. When I think of the term servant leader, I think of Nancy Golden. So let's give a big welcome to her.
I wanted to just talk a minute about the first 9 days and some of the things we've accomplished in the first 9 days. I want to begin by saying to really thanking the board. I did have a conversation with each one of you, and it gave us very valuable information as we move forward. So some of the key things I took away from those conversations are the importance of communication. And in the next few weeks, we will be communicating with you just weekly about how we're making progress on our 6-month outcomes, which you're going to determine what they are today. In addition to that, you asked for a definition of what's the difference of the work of OEIB and the work of ODE. That's not clear to everyone, and you think that's important that we articulate that, and Ben's going to help us with that today. There was sort of this notion of use us more. We're really enthusiastic. We're leaders in the community. And I was so excited to hear that because in a minute I'll be telling you about, I'll tell you right now that Oregon Business Council got a grant from Oregon Community Foundation to go around the state and bring key leaders together to really talk about education, our P20 system, and the key initiatives that passed through the legislative session. So we're going to make sure we give you a lot of advance notice and have you with us because the community really trusts you and it's real important for them to hear from you. So we're going to be doing that. We're definitely going to keep our eyes on the outcomes for students. We heard repeatedly that we needed to have that as a focus. And people asked that we bring back the key initiatives we've passed. You'll be hearing about that today. People said we need to operationalize the strategic plan, and it's great that Julia just came in because one of the exciting things that's happened is that Nike has given us a person to help us operationalize the strategic plan. I don't think anyone brands better than Nike. And Annie, I've met with her a few times, and after you do your work today, she's going to take that. It's really meant to be understandable so that all of our communities, our parents, our teachers, everyone who cares about education can really see what we're going to do to really deliver on the 40-40-20 goals. So that is pretty exciting. In addition to that, people said, let's get clear about the subcommittees and who's on each subcommittee. After we come up with our 6 months outcomes, we'll look at that and get that accomplished. In addition, I've gotten to speak to a number of groups since in my first 9 days. So I did get to meet with the OEA board, and that was a really powerful conversation. I also met with all of the administrators for the Salem School District. That was about 150. And yesterday I was with Southwest Leadership Academy in Canyonville, and I got to talk to the administrators there who reminded me, let's not forget about rural Oregon, let's not forget about small schools. And I think that's a really good message. We're focused very much on the longitudinal study and making sure we have a longitudinal data system. We have our case ready, and we're making great progress on that. There's a number of other groups who want us to speak. The International Women Forum, who are women leaders throughout the state, I think would be a great group for us to speak in with. We also want to make sure that we connect with our clergy and make sure they're aware of what we're doing in education, because they have large congregations who need to hear about what we're doing and give us feedback. So that's just a little bit of an update of what we've been doing, but I do want you to know that the whole team is very enthusiastic about the work. We can't wait to see the 6 months outcomes we come up with today so we can make sure we deliver on those.
Thank you, Nancy. And that's really the primary goal today, is to take a look at those outcomes and help define and really set our course for the coming year. And to assist that, Nancy's put together, I'd like to refer to this, what she's put together with the reference materials. So you have the booklet in front of you as well as a jump drive. And in conversations that we all had with Nancy over the last month, I know it came up within our conversation that it would be nice to have some of our grounding documents in front of us. You know, there are times I get paper overload in an OEIB meeting, and I would like to refer back to maybe our vision, refer back to some of our strategic documents. And so if you'll take a look at that just briefly, you'll see these are really the essence of what we've created over the last year and a half. When we take a look at the strategic plan, the ELL plan, the achievement compacts, the equity lens, some very, very fundamental, really good work that has been done previously is there in front of you as a reference. These will be collected at the end of each meeting and then brought back to the next one as well, and then you have it electronically as well. Okay, so our first presentation for today is going to be from Ben, and he's going to get the overarching roles and responsibilities for OEIB. So Ben, you are on.
Thanks, Mark. So, for the record, Ben Cannon, Governor's Education Policy Advisor, and at Nancy's request, I thought what I would do to kick off this, help kick off this meeting is to describe for you very briefly how the Governor sees the overarching roles and responsibilities of the OEIB. You know, this board, of course, was created by Senate Bill 909 in 2011. You received an updated statutory charge or refined statutory charge through subsequent legislation, including Senate Bill 1581 in 2012, and then legislation that passed this session that Whitney and I will be describing in greater detail in a few minutes. But throughout, and I think dating back to Senate Bill 909, if we're honest, the OEIB has meant different things to different people. And so it's been a continuous challenge, and I think needs to be a continued priority to define and refine the role and the purpose of the OEIB. It's not a subject we can or should leave behind altogether, but I do think we are at a point after the work that was done this legislative session to pretty clearly say some of what the OEIB is and some of what it is not. And so what I've attempted to do on the sheet that Seth is passing out, you should have it, it's a simple chart that is titled Overarching Roles and Responsibilities of the OEIB, is take 4 areas of responsibility that are primarily and principally within the OEIB's wheelhouse and not any other board, commission, or executive office in this state. And so starting with the left-hand column, those areas of responsibility that are clearly the OEIB's and not someone else's include aligning a P20 system, establishing and refining student outcomes, strategic investments, and providing P20 leadership. And in this second column, where I'll spend more time, I've described what some specific actions are aligned with each area of those responsibilities, and then the type of authority that the OEIB exercises in those actions. So I'll begin with aligning the P20 system. And I think everyone, regardless of their sort of point of view or how they understood 909, did get that at its essence was the notion that we should have a better connected, more integrated early childhood through higher education and workforce system. And so I've called out 4 ways in which the OEIB has authorities and responsibilities to achieve that goal. The first is to recommend policies to create a unified state system or architecture for overseeing the P20 system. I use the language recommend policies, and I describe this authority as advisory because that's what it is. The board is not a board with the legislative power to create statute, meaning to, for example, dissolve other boards and commissions. But it is and expected to have the authority to advise the governor and the legislature, as well as other boards and commissions and executive offices on policies to create that unified state system or architecture. And in fact, this board, through its governance and policy subcommittee that worked last fall and winter, brought forward ideas for legislation that passed in the 2013 session that did help unify the state system of supports for P20 education. And I'll draw your attention to a tab in your materials today that has the sort of P20 structural charts. So this is under the proposed P20 structure tab of the spiral bound materials that you received today. It's also in the binder under a tab there, so you've got it in both places, but there are 2 color documents, one that's the previous P20 structure and the other that's the new P20 structure. And the principal thing that I'll point out to you is, number 1, the greater level of simplicity in the new P20 structure. So this is what exists as a result of legislation that passed this session. Fewer boards and commissions. The OEIB is the singular board with P20 responsibilities, but operating through an early learning council, a youth development commission, a state board of education, and a higher education coordinating commission with specific administrative and rulemaking authorities for their particular sectors of the P20 system. We can come back to sort of those roles and responsibilities, how the OEIB's authorities are distinguished from these other boards, councils, and commissions, ELC, YDC, State Board of Ed, and the HEC, as well as the agencies that serve them when we describe the legislation that passed this session. But I think for the purposes of this presentation, to understand that we have simplified this P20 structure. The OEIB remains the sole council or board with P20 responsibilities, and that we have left in place rulemaking entities with very specific statutory authorities for different aspects of the P20 sector. And I'll just note that if we look at 909, the history of Senate Bill 909 and the different impressions that people had and expectations people had of it, for some, I believe there was an expectation that the OEIB would become the single board with authorities for education in Oregon. That has not occurred. I don't expect it to occur. It would probably be unwise, frankly, for a single board to try to absorb all of the authorities that the various education boards in Oregon have with rulemaking purview for school bus safety and charter school appeals and et cetera, and et cetera, and et cetera. And so this structure that you see reflected in the new P20 structure, we think balances kind of those, the need for greater simplicity, greater coherence around OEIB as a P20 entity without overwhelming the OEIB in terms of work and sort of detailed authority. So that specific step to recommend policies to create a unified state system or architecture is one that, with the OEIB's advice, the legislature, through its work in 909 and then through the 2013 legislative session, has really taken up on. The second, yeah.
Almost the fourth call to me is when on this type of authority, and any of them where you think it's advisory or later as or so forth, you've done it mostly. But could you expressly say who else has authority or who else has greater authority? If we're advisory to who?
Yeah.
So on the top one, I gather recommend policies to create the architecture. You would say that's the legislature. Is that who that is? Or?
So. Thanks, and I did think about putting it here. Generally, these will be advisory to the governor, to the legislature. A little awkward advisory to your chair. I mean, in a sense, this is a governor's board advisory, but certainly he is advised by the deliberations of this board, and this board in turn advises the legislature and other boards and commissions. So I would typically, where it says advisory, that those are the entities that it's advisory to. The second row under aligned P20 system is the authority, and this is an administrative, what I've described as an administrative authority. It's in law to hire and oversee a chief education officer who, him or herself, has a certain type of statutory authority for other education officials in the state system. So, when we're looking for ways in which the OEIB, which as you note from this final column is in a lot of respects an advisory sort of strategy setting body, but when you're looking for ways that the OEIB has authorities relative to the implementation of policy, the execution of policy, its authority to hire and oversee a chief education officer who herself has authority via Senate Bill 1581 from 2012 to oversee other education officials is a pretty significant authority that this board has, and it's one I describe as a sort of harder authority, administrative authority, relative to the softer authority that is advisory in these other cases. The third point here under aligned P20 system is the board's authority to develop infrastructure, seamless P20 infrastructure. And I've called out a few examples of this. The data system, which is very clearly called out both in policy in Senate Bill 909 as well as in budget items that the legislature has adopted. The board's work on and the resources for P20 work to improve teacher quality and effectiveness, investments and create infrastructure for stronger work around STEM, the cross-agency links to health and human services and the workforce. Those authorities to create a seamless P20 infrastructure, which isn't about rearranging boxes on a page or rearranging agencies as much as it is creating a scaffolding for those agencies to work together on these functions, is an administrative authority that the board oversees. And then finally, there is clearly no other board or commission in this state that has the purview for and the real responsibility for developing and recommending policies to address student transitions between the silos or the sectors. So an early learning council, very focused on early learning and taking significant consideration of the early grades of K-12. So there is there is an attention there to that gap, that very important transition. And likewise, a state board of education that's very focused on K-12, a HEC that will be very focused on post-secondary. The OEIB, and not any other council or entity, has singular responsibility for advising the governor, the legislature, other boards and commissions on policies that will ensure smoother student transition, better student success between those silos, and you can include to the workforce as well. One final thought on that. A good example of that work is the responsibility for thinking about dual credit or accelerated college opportunities that this board has engaged in previously, and as a result of legislation that passed in 2013, will be continuing to oversee.
I just want to clarify as we go through, because this is different to me than I thought the original vision. And so, for instance, advisory on this last instance, to me, isn't really advisory to the governor and the legislature. I mean, the ones that figure out what the silos are going to make it easier to transition from early learning or from K through 12 to college are the colleges or the Board of Education and so forth. So if the silos continue to behave like silos, advisory authority means we don't have any power to do anything about that?
So my reason for using the word advisory in these cases is that from a legal standpoint, this board does not have the authority to, through tools, instruments of law, express a kind of cannot compel certain types of behaviors. I think when you look sort of further down this chart, in particular at the last column, the fact that this is a governor-chaired board, the fact that it draws together community leaders, statewide leaders, as members of this board, means that it has an opportunity to do more and have a greater impact than we would ordinarily understand advice to have. And that's where I've described its sort of visionary role, almost a sort of moral or maybe political authority that it has to help produce better outcomes or different kinds of actions, not through law as much as through influence. And so I don't think advisory sort of fills what I think this board is capable of doing relative to, for example, policies to address students' transitions or break down silos.
If we were to more aggressively want to break down, for instance, the 11-12 college that the governor's spoken about many, many times, and we didn't think progress was being made to break down those silos, we would simply tell the governor or legislature they have to go deal with it?
Yes, and I think that's and I wouldn't underestimate the role or the import or effect that this board taking that step would have. I mean, for one, through the governor, this board has a very significant opportunity to influence a legislative process, has a very significant opportunity to influence other governor-appointed boards and commissions. And as a result, advice here is advice of the most influential kind.
We have about 5 more minutes for Ben. Are there any other questions, Hannah?
So there's a disconnect for me with the work we've done around the compacts and the work that we are supposed to do around investment. So my understanding of the compacts is that we were asking districts to create a plan in which they could get to 40-40-20, because that's the ultimate goal. And so as they were coming up with their strategies and tactics, they were to use that to help in the budgeting process to make sure if you believe that you need to do something different in order to help our students achieve, then you invest in that. You invest in the things that are important. And So if we're the second hand in the handshake, saying, okay, you've given us your best thinking, your best ideas, where's our part in actually providing the support and the resources for them to be able to do that work? If we expect them to get there, I'm just trying to figure out again where our responsibility is as a board to sign off on those compacts and then actually fulfill our commitment to them to support them getting there.
So it's a very good and very important question. I don't know if I can do justice to it in my answer. The governor's been very clear this is not a budget committee, it's not a revenue committee. This board doesn't have the power to appropriate resources or to, deal with taxation. It does have a very important responsibility to advise the governor and legislature on a outcome-focused strategic investment approach to state resources for education, whatever those are, and to help influence the decisions that our education institutions, K-12 school districts, community colleges, universities, make relative to their resource allocation decisions. And the compacts have certainly been understood by this board, and I think by many institutions in that context. It's not a hard and fast power in the sense that a legislature with the ability to appropriate dollars has, but it is speaking now as a former legislator who participated in the debates about Senate Bill 909 more than any other. For me, what was especially compelling about this vision was the notion that the OEIB would take a broad look at our education investments, whatever amount of money that was, however many billion, P20, and advise us based on research and based on student outcomes in the most effective ways to deploy those dollars, some of which might be very directive to districts, many of which would not be. But that's where I think how I understand the board's role relative to resource allocation.
So if I can follow up, then I would just ask that we relook at how we're implementing the compacts, because we not only asked them to fill it out, but we sent them back and said it's not good enough. And they were telling us what they could actually do with what we were giving them. So I think we have to be realistic in our expectations as a board of what people can achieve in our districts and our community colleges and pre-K with what we're giving them. So I don't think you can say, no, you have to do better if we don't have a plan of how to make that happen. So I'd like to see us have a conversation over it.
So we have time for one more with Ben, but Ben will be here with Whitney for our next presentation. So Rudy, will be your final question.
Sure, just follow up on Ron's and the question of advisory. So that advisory is different from the State Board of Education, which they have statutory policymaking authority versus we have statutory advisory capabilities.
So, yes, with some exceptions. I mean, this board has rulemaking authority in certain areas, including achievement compacts, so establishing the terms of those compacts. It has administrative authority, which is sort of the authority of law and rule for the hiring of the chief education officer and for ensuring the coherent implementation of strategic investments, which we'll talk about shortly. But by and large, this board does not operate with statutory sort of powers as much as it does through the oversight of the chief education officer, as well as the advisory, and I maybe put a capital A on advisory, right, for a board of this clout chaired by the governor, but its powers to advise and influence.
One thing that might be helpful, if some of the powers of the board are indirect through its oversight of the chief education officer, it might be useful to outline what those authorities that the chief education officer has, so it's just a more transparent, because I think, what authority and what authority we don't have is a pretty important question in terms of who's doing and covering what piece and leading out what pieces of the.
Agreed, and it's a fairly simple answer relative to the Chief Education Officer's authority. It was described in Senate Bill 1581, and it is the authority to oversee other agency heads, including the Commissioner for Community College, the Executive Director of the HEC, the Chancellor of OUS, the Deputy Superintendent, for the purpose of the organization of the P20 system. That term is not well defined, or not defined at all, you could say, and has to be interpreted, but the Governor and the Chief Education Officer, both Rudy and Nancy, have thought with those executive heads, those agency heads, what that means and what that looks like, and I think we'd be prepared to help this board sort of understand what that means in practice.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move us on to the next one, and Ben, since you're staying right up here, some of these questions and discussion that you should go right into this next as well. I'm not quite done with the whole response. So, Whitney and Ben, the overview of the session.
And is this your sense of sort of Governor's vision of what our role should be, and it's now going to be this way for a while, or do you see further discussion and change?
So I think we're at a point where it is appropriate to work with the system that we have for a while. Is this the ultimate landing spot for our state education infrastructure? Probably not. But I do not foresee the governor or this board bringing forward to the 2014 legislative session, for example, significant changes to the powers and authorities and organizations of state boards, commissions, and agencies. I believe we have landed in a place as a result of 2013 legislation that has achieved much of the intent of Senate Bill 909 relative to the organization of the state system, which is not to say relative to student outcomes, which is what really matters. But in terms of bringing together a more unified, coherent P20 system, I think we've come a long way, and it's an appropriate point of time to pause, work with what we've got, and then, presumably come back again. But not immediately, to the question of, is this the best organization it could be? Yeah, so we're going to use as a sort of launching point for discussion of the 2013 legislative session the tab that is called OEIB Objectives 2013 Legislative Session, and there's essentially a two-page handout that's titled Progress on OEIB Objectives 2013 Legislative Session, and then the first page describes how we've created an effective and aligned P20 system. The second page focuses on initiatives to improve student achievement. All of this, the 2013 work that came out of OEIB recommendations. So I've already touched a bit on this, and I'm sort of willing to go into as much detail as time and the board's interest permits on the kind of organization of the P20 system. That's this first page. I do want to make sure that we reserve ample time to talk about the initiatives to improve student achievement, the second page that Whitney will focus on. But if we look at these key objectives, the first that we've been articulating for over a year now for the OEIB is the objective of designing and implementing a unified, aligned P20 structure. And there were four key bills that we have brought forward that the governor supported, two of which he'll be signing today, the other two of which he'll be signing later this week or next week. House Bill 3231 and 3234 were adopted. They brought the Youth Development Division and the Early Learning Division within ODE, so we now have a single agency that is responsible for early learning, K-12, and youth development services operating under the authorities of their respective boards or commissions, the Early Learning Council, the Youth Development Commission, and the State Board of Education. So that alignment in a single agency is part of our effort to break down silos and streamline the P12 system. House Bill 3120 and a companion bill, Senate Bill 270, were focused on post-secondary governance. They resulted in part from the work that this committee and the subcommittee on governance did last fall and winter, significantly reshaped our post-secondary system. We could spend an entire meeting describing the new structure there, but I think the simplest way to understand it is that effective a year from now, July 1st, 2014, there will be a single commission in Oregon, the Higher Education Coordinating Commission, with statewide authorities for community colleges, universities, and state financial aid programs that today are operated under separate boards and commissions, the Board of Higher Ed, the Oregon Student Access Commission, and the State Board of Education. So a single post-secondary board with all of that sort of rulemaking authority, funding allocation authority, program adoption authority, mission approval for the universities, a whole host of authorities, the Higher Education Coordinating Commission, that will be operating in a very streamlined way for post-secondary, the state responsibilities for post-secondary education. The sort of other side of the handshake for post-secondary governance was greater institutional autonomy for our universities, and in particular, University of Oregon, PSU, and OSU. And the governor next week will be naming the boards for those institutions as he's able to do under Senate Bill 270. So that was a major focus of our legislative work on aligning governance. Again, what I've just described is reflected in the organizational charts that are contained within this packet. And, fewer boxes, fewer commissions, fewer agencies involved, much more coherent. And the ability to go in front of a legislative committee, as we did this session, and say, see, this is what you've got. I mean, this is a clear articulation of responsibilities and authorities. Yes, certain silos remain, ELC, YDC, State Board of Ed, HEC, but the OEIB with a responsibility for breaking those down, and agencies that are, that particularly ODE and the staff support for the HEC that's bringing together functions that have heretofore been separate. Yeah.
Just a comment on that. It seems like the narrative doesn't capture, well, the chart captures the streamlining, the narrative doesn't capture it. It looks like they're ads. So I would suggest, just for the sake of transparency, that if one of the goals was to streamline and reduce layers, that be reflected in the summary as one of the outcomes of the process versus just the ads.
That's a great point.
I have a question on the reference materials, and you've been talking about the boards and that. Is this list of the staff for OEIB, is this all-inclusive of all the staff?
No, I know that one thing we promised to bring to you was the organizational chart once we get the new 3 positions. So that will be coming by next meeting. We'll have that. We've got the number to do it.
So moving down on this first key objective to design and implement the P20 system, P20 structure, one of the roles and responsibilities I described was the OEIB's role in creating the kind of P20 infrastructure. That includes P20 standards and assessments. We are moving towards, as a result of 2013 legislative action, in 2012 legislative action, statewide implementation of the kindergarten readiness assessment, and investing in a transition to the smarter balance to replace OAKS as our summative assessment, as well as supporting locally designed formative assessment systems. Those actions reflected in budgets adopted by the legislature. The legislature likewise approved the governor's request of funding for a business case for the P20 data system. That case will be presented to the 2014 legislature for possible funding of the development. The second key objective relative to this kind of P20 work we've talked about in the past, adopting strong policies for P20 education. Much of this will be sort of further articulated by Whitney on the next page, but House Bill 3232 and 3233 created policy frameworks for the strategic investments that the legislature adopted in students and educators that we'll describe in a moment. The legislature also put resources behind a policy and research unit under Dr. Golden's direction at OEIB that will build state capacity to identify best practices, develop policies, determine impacts, and recommend investment models. This research capacity, I wouldn't want to undersell. It's not a lot of positions, it's a few positions, but this is capacity the state has lost over the years that had it at one time at ODE. We now have some of that capacity to do P20 work to support this board in particular in its role in developing and advising others on effective P20 policies for student success. There are some notes here also in this category about changes to the Achievement Compact timeline, the accountability function that the HEC inherits relative to post-secondary outcomes, and the accountability framework for educator prep programs that House Bill 3233 established. Clearly, I think, again, where there may have been disagreement about what OEIB was, its sort of point and purpose or different understandings of it, I think one thing at a general level everyone agreed on was that the OEIB had a role in helping shape budgets that were outcome focused. That work was reflected in your recommendations for strategic investments in the 2013 legislative session, and the legislature followed those recommendations to a large extent, and that'll be reflected in the bill signing later today. In addition to those strategic investments that we'll describe, we have legislative action to create a task force on school funding to examine K-12 funding formulas and make recommendations. That's House Bill 2506. We have an accelerated learning task force created by Senate Bill 222 to identify incentives for increasing college credit opportunities, and then the role that House Bill 3120 has in ultimately in steering higher education dollars on increasingly in ways that enhance student outcomes. And then final key objective relative to the kind of P20 charge of the board is to build informed and engaged communities. And the legislature chose to invest in the compact, the Regional Achievement Compact pilot that the governor and the chief education officer had proposed. So there are dollars within the OEIB budget to convene these cross-sector partnerships on a regional basis. We continue to engage diverse stakeholders, especially through the Equity and Partnerships Subcommittee. The legislature also invested in Equity, Office of Education Equity at the Oregon Department of Education. Some very exciting new hires there, some of which you've heard about, some of which you may not, or maybe in process. And then the investments in the statewide reading campaign and the advisory committee for community college achievement compacts. So what you've got here is a whole bunch of legislation aligned to these key objectives that the OEIB has put forward for creating a P20 system. I think where a great deal of our focus, I know where a great deal of Whitney's focus, my focus on behalf of the Chief Education Officer and the Governor respectively, was on these strategic investments, and that's the focus of the next page.
There's a greater clarity about the role and responsibility of tech as a compared to OEIB.
Let me just take a quick shot at it, because I think it's important, and it stands for the role, because I can imagine similar questions about the State Board of Ed and the OEIB Nancy referred earlier, sort of questions about ODE and Rob Saxton's role versus hers. And so let me take a shot at it, and I'll use the HEC as the sort of jumping off place. The HEC is the entity that will, for example, decide whether or not to approve a proposal for a new program at University of Oregon. Historically, the State Board of Higher Education did that for all 7 universities. A year from now, the HEC will do that for all 7 universities. Likewise, it will do that for all 17 community colleges. The HEC will determine how to allocate whatever resources the legislature appropriates for community colleges, for universities, public universities, for the Oregon Opportunity Grant or other state need-based aid. It will be the sort of final authority under law for the allocation of those dollars. The OEIB will continue to develop that overarching strategic plan and recommend strategic investments in order to guide kind of the HEC's work and shape the legislative budgets that are adopted that the HEC is then responsible for implementing. I guess, maybe the sort of simplest way to understand it, and this would be true for the relationship between the OEIB and each of these sort of sub-boards, ELC, YDC, State Board of Ed, and the HEC, is that they are very much more in the weeds. They are very much more focused on sort of the particular institutions within their silo or sector, and the OEIB has a responsibility for a much higher level attention to P20 strategies and to connection points, to transitions, and to the other areas of responsibility that I outlined on the first page. There was a point where we considered that all of those boards should operate under the as basically subcommittees of the OEIB, and all of their decisions, whether it's on charter schools or public university funding allocations or program approvals or school bus safety or early childhood hubs, should be kind of come to the OEIB for its ultimate consideration. And it seemed impracticable for that ultimately to be the case. What remains the case is that the governor appoints and supports each of those other boards. The governor chairs this board, and it is the governor's responsibility, and one he takes very seriously, to ensure that those boards or commissions are acting in concert with the OEIB's overarching strategies and objectives.
If I could just ask a follow-up question, try to follow the line of how we understand this question about authority and the different boards. I just want to throw out an example. If, for example, looking at the 11 through 14 years, we identify, for example, a barrier that might exist between community colleges and universities, or that whole group of entities versus K-12, is it clear, does somebody have clarity on what the pathway would be and where the authority lies for addressing that issue? So, for example, we don't have the authority, we could make a recommendation to HEC. If we made a recommendation to fix something and to fix it for that whole group, does the HEC have the authority to require all of those entities to make that change?
That's, I think, a really clarifying question. It would depend on what what you're trying to do. I mean, the HEC's authority is limited, right? The legislation gives it certain authorities and not others. It can't tell institutions just to do anything. But generally speaking, I think the model you've described, where the OEIB is paying a lot of attention to 11 to 14 and says, gosh, we really need community colleges and universities to be doing X, and we need K-12 districts to be doing Y. We can't compel that to occur, but the boards, the State Board of Education for K-12 and the HEC next year for community colleges and universities, have some tools at their disposal to cause those things to occur. We're going to instruct them to make it happen. I think that's a very plausible model for how this would be carried out in the 11 to 14 space in particular.
So then here's a concrete example on the next page, and I'm kind of moving us on to looking here. But if we were to look at third grade reading, and last year we were 72%, and we have a metric with a target of a 15% increase. That would be something OEIB would look at to say, how are we doing, OEE, with our early learning, moving forward with our whole prenatal to third grade reading as our number one return on investment. It would be, an example would be, is we would have a report from Rob, where are we right now? We're 72%, what are preliminary numbers, how's the Oregon Read project going? That would be a concrete example of a role for OEIB, correct?
Absolutely. Yep.
You want to maybe, to me, Whitney, as I look at your document, I have had the privilege to see this previously and actually start using it a little bit. What has really caught a lot of people's attention are the metrics and how concrete they are from the starting point and where our growth targets are. And I think that will be something we'll talk about later in the afternoon, but it's really a good document. Maybe you could flesh it out a little bit for the next 10 minutes.
Great. So Whitney Grubbs, Policy Advisor to the OEIB. And the first side of the sheet that Ben did is really about creating the P20 structure and sort of putting in place the state systems. This side is really about how do we, this is the more fun side, it's really about how do we impact student achievement along those outcomes that this board has adopted along the pathway. So the way that if you were to try to track this to the strategic plan, this is all part of Objective 2, which is adopting initiatives to improve student achievement. Each of the outcomes are from the strategic plan, and the metrics are the metrics that this board adopted in the strategic plan. So these are the kind of long-term metrics with a baseline where available, and the target for the OEIB target here reflects where this board said they would like the state to be by the end of, or by June 2015. So these are longer term metrics. Later this afternoon you'll be talking about some shorter term metrics, but that's sort of how this is set up. This was an incredibly successful legislative session in terms of the strategic investment part of the OEIB's charge. As you can see here, the first check mark across each of the outcomes is the increased investment in each of the levels of learning through the support funds. So for the first Ready for School outcome, increased funding for early learning services by 14%. That's the percentage increase in all the different agencies and delivery systems for early learning over last biennium. Ready to Apply Math and Reading, so we've got increased investment in grades K through 7 by 11.7%, and as you go across you'll see about the same 11.8%, 12% increase across K-12. Many people ask why are those different. If we're talking about the state school fund, it's one number, and Brian Reeder at ODE just looked at the historic pattern of investment by districts in these different grade bands, just as a kind of different way to think about that increased investment. And then on your last outcome, Ready to Contribute in Career and Community, increased investment in community college by 13.7%, increased investment in universities by 10.1%, increased investment in the Oregon Opportunity Grant by 12.2%. And to go back in thinking to Ben's framework, obviously this board doesn't have the power to appropriate money. That's the legislature's job. But I think that in creating the kind of high-profile focus on the governor's message of investing more and investing more wisely, I think this just points to a sort of unified success of bringing up the state investment in education across the board. Obviously, we've got a lot further to go, but I think this is a remarkable starting point. And we included it because a lot of times when we talk about the strategic investments, the $75 million of strategic investments, people say, well, how in the world are you going to move these metrics this much with $75 million? Well, it's not $75 million in isolation. It's $8 billion spread across, of which we're using a small portion to strategically invest, to sort of highlight best practice, to create opportunities for rapid improvement, and to give us models that can be scaled across the state. So it's just that overarching context. And then in each of the different outcomes, we have particular initiatives that were created through House Bill 3232 or other pieces of budgets of the agencies. So for example, House Bill 2013 creates the early learning hubs for early learning. That is a effort to coordinate programs and services. You'll hear more about it this afternoon when we jointly meet with the Early Learning Council. So that is a tool to make sure that the increased investment in early learning is actually going out in a more effective and seamless and accountable way to the people who need services. And then we have investment in an early learning innovation fund, which we'll also talk about this afternoon, which is meant to really begin to create incentives and model programs around the connection between pre-K and K-12.
I just want to make sure I'm following this correctly. So the percentage increase that you referenced at the top, is that the 6.55 and then the additional 200 million? Or does that include the strategic investment, or is it only what?
That includes the strategic investment and each of the support funds. It does not attempt to include any savings from PERS, and it doesn't reflect a kind of a current service level model. It's really just a straight comparison of the allocation from 2011 to 13 to 13-15.
Okay, so this includes the bump in the state school fund, is that allocation?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not necessarily what we recommended, that 6.55, is that right? The governor's recommended budget was 6.15.
Right.
So we're taking credit for the 6.55, is that big number, right?
So that's a good point. There are many things on this page that the OEIB didn't move forward. These are pieces of legislation and our attempt to sort of track them against what the OEIB objectives were.
Okay, so it's the overall what happened.
The overall what happened,
Thank
exactly.
Just, one thing I would say is it's somewhat, by having it being the first item, it makes it look like we thought that was the strategy to move the metric versus it's something that happened. So my assumption is our strategy is with the strategic investments. So it might make more direct to have the strategic investment be the top item, and that we be clear that the underlying foundational investment that was increased in the state funding was, it may or may not be helping drive that metric, but it's reflective of increased investment. And this implies that we have this increase, and that's going to help us make it easier for districts and colleges and universities to hit these metrics when it may or may not be applied against them.
So I take the point, and I think it echoes to some extent what Hannah was suggesting. These documents get used in different ways in different audiences. Clearly for the governor, it's not sufficient to attend, as this board has attended primarily, to sort of how the resources are spent. It also is a question of how much resource you've got. The governor's continued advocacy for additional revenue and additional modifications to the PERS system in order to put more dollars into classrooms reflect that sense that we need more in addition to spending more wisely. So it is not you're correct that it has not been and should not be a primary focus of this board, that your strategies have principally been about how to invest whatever dollars we have most effectively. So I think this sort of reordering of the list that you've suggested is a point well taken.
It just is an overlay of the governor's budgetary objectives and ours, and I think it creates confusion about what it is the OEIB's authorities are.
Thank you. So I'll keep walking through, focusing on the strategic investment part of the document.
About 5 minutes with them for Q&A.
The House Bill 3232 then created a framework for investment in 3 areas. The first is the Oregon Early Reading Initiative. The second is in the next column, guidance and support for post-secondary aspirations. And in the third column, you have Connecting to the World of Work Initiative, which is a strategic investment in STEM and a scale-up of the Eastern Promise 11 to 14 model. So each of those investments is where we think an important piece of what's happening in each of those outcomes. In addition, House Bill 3232 also provides investment in dual credit opportunities for high school students, something that this board has been interested in. And in the college and career training column, we've got House Bill 2636. This was not an OEIB bill, but it created a STEM investment council under the OEIB to help shape the state's vision for investment in STEM and shape long-term STEM goals and strategies in order to help us improve outcomes in that particular realm. Also, in the last column, there's an increased investment in career and technical, which again is not something that the OEIB put forward, but is a very important strategy that's going to help us move that particular outcome. And there was a piece of legislation that instructed HAC to consider examining a pay-it-forward program for college post-secondary tuition, which is something else that I think is like the task forces that Ben mentioned on the other sheet. I think something that will provide us some interesting examination of how to get to 40-40-20 in our state. And then very, very important pieces are along the top and the bottom. Along the top is supported educators. As you know, one of the initiatives you recommended was contained in House Bill 3233, Network for Quality Teaching and Learning. The investment ended up being $45 million. A really exciting investment in supporting educators all the way from your early learning child care providers up through high school faculty and even into post-secondary faculty. And this investment also focused on closing the achievement gap, making sure our educators have the tools and resources needed to be able to serve our diverse state and to begin really focusing on the goals that were set out in the Minority Teacher Act 20 years ago to ensure that our workforce, our educator workforce, looks more like our student population. So some work in that arena. And very exciting as well, in funding the Network for Quality Teaching and Learning, the legislature set it up as an ongoing appropriation that is indexed to the state school fund. So moving forward, if the state school fund goes up, this fund will be funded at even higher than $45 million on an ongoing basis, which is really exciting.
First RFP came out from mentoring.
Yes. So I'll do the bottom and then I'll switch over real quick. So across the bottom then are some of the equity outcomes pieces that were mentioned before. The equity lens obviously is on here. It was not legislative action. That was this board's action. So that's another place where, Julia, I may want to clarify that. But the legislature did create the Office of Education Equity and ODE. House Bill 3232 is really designed around funding for closing the achievement gap. There is an investment in implementing the English Language Learner Plan that this board adopted, which is exciting. And there was also the passage of House Bill 2787, tuition equity for undocumented students. So these are some of the legislative accomplishments around equity. The other piece I'm going to share with you, and this is really kind of another example of how OEIB and ODE are working together and what the purpose of each of those bodies is. And I'm talking about the investing in students and teachers now and for the future. It's a draft timeline that has each of the different initiatives with some sense of what the legislature allocated and a sense of when the funding will be moved out. Rob and his team at ODE are working closely with the OEIB staff. We're meeting weekly to talk about how to get these strategic investments out to the field. The money was all allocated to ODE, other than some pieces went through, what's it called? OSEC, the Oregon Student Access Commission. But really, Rob and his team have the lion's share of work around making sure that the monies, that the RFPs go out, that we have a process for figuring out the criteria, that we select really good recipients, that we're very focused on outcomes. And OEIB and the OEIB staff's role is really to make sure that this is all very consistent with the OEIB vision for accountability and outcomes and closing the achievement gap and the other sort of principles that this board has adopted.
Thank you, Whitney. If there are any questions, a little over time, you're going to be available during lunch, maybe if there's just some clarifying type questions. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Ben and Whitney. Very informative. We're going to shift gears to public testimony right now. We have 15 minutes for this time period. We have several folks that have signed up that would like to speak. We have a total of 7, I believe. So we're going to have to keep it to 2.5 minutes. Seth will be our timekeeper for that. So right now we will open it up to public testimony, and the first person to sign up is Tom Olson. Tom.
Good morning. My name is Tom Olson. I'm one of the co-founders of Oregon Save Our Schools. We have several members. Would you stand up, Save Our Schools people, including the kids? We probably have more teachers in this session than ever before because your meetings obviously are held at times that they're teaching. It's refreshing to hear the critical thinking and reflections going on this morning. Your reflections about what is our power and control as an investment board. We would encourage you to continue that kind of critical thinking. And let's start with your goal, 40-40-20. You referenced that several times this morning. 1 year ago, on August 7th, you received a report from the Department of Employment, the Oregon Department of Employment, of the job projections to the year 2020 in each of the 3 segments, the college degree, community college degree, and high school diplomas. That data showed that the job projections and your goal of 40-40-20 are totally out of whack. Totally out of whack. The projection says that job openings to 2020 in Oregon will demand for college education, 30% of the jobs will demand a college degree. That's community college or higher education. 69% of the job openings will demand no more than a high school diploma. Have you asked any questions about this? Is 40-40-20 in the absence of any improvements in core funding? Is it just a slogan? It was conceived in private business corporate boardrooms by the Oregon Business Council and the Oregon Business Plan. No one has seriously vetted it. I would suggest in my written testimony has some suggested policy questions you might want to ask about that. Secondly,
30 seconds, sir.
beg pardon?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Well, our recommendation is that you continue asking, why have we embarked on the course we are on? The acceptance of the waiver demands from Arnie Duncan. Didn't Oregon used to have a motto, we fly on our own wings? but you've accepted more accountability demands. You've had corporate executives leading much of your work, including the employment of Rudy Crew. How did that work out for you? We suggest that you return to the question about core funding for public education. The investments that you are discussing are simply all good projects, but will in no way reach all the schools in the state. We thought that was your investment responsibility, is to recommend to the state, I don't know what your authority is after your discussion, but to recommend to the state investment, true investment that reaches every kid in this state. I would ask you, how have you positively impacted any child?
Steve Buell.
My name's Steve Buell. I'm a retired 40-plus year school teacher. Oregon Save Our Schools asked Dr. Golden if we could give invited testimony on the unintended consequences and results of OEIB initiatives and actions during the last 2 years, but we were denied. So I only have time to give consequences and results without details, which we would be glad to share. There have been many consequences which you might not be aware of. Certainly Ben failed to mention them. First, you have effectively shortened the school year for the most vulnerable and poorest students in Oregon. You have spent large amounts of money to do school appraisal reports for focus on priority schools, which, in the many cases we studied, are no more than boilerplate suggestions having little to do with the actual education going on in those schools. You have prepared to spend tens of millions of dollars on a longitudinal database which endangers the welfare of Oregon's children, and then did not consult teachers on whether it was even useful in the classroom. You have supported a less comprehensive and engaging curriculum for our poorest students. You have forced the closure of computer labs and school libraries for classroom use for a substantial part of the year. You have weakened the education for children in poverty without supporting wraparound programs to help with their very real problems. You have supported the Common Core curriculum for every child in Oregon at the cost of tens of millions of dollars without consulting Oregon's classroom teachers. This includes highly controversial new curriculum for every kindergarten through third grade child, which was devised with no input from one kindergarten through third grade teacher, even at the national level. You have burdened teachers in schools by creating a culture of testing instead of one of learning in school after school in this great state. What about teachers? Have you respected and supported them? No, you've branded them as failing. You have not included them in major decisions nor in your own meetings where 10 months of the year they are excluded from attending. You have overloaded them with top-down mandates, asking them to teach in ways against their better judgment. You have labeled their schools and pretty much demoralized teacher after teacher. Now you are planning to use test scores to evaluate them, even though anyone who has done even minimal research in this area knows this method is neither accurate nor valid. And parents and the public, how have you done there? You have prohibited their testimony in both LearnWorks and the educational funding team. You have included them in statewide public meetings, but when citizens at those meetings universally refused to support your programs, you kept those business-friendly, not kid-friendly, programs intact. So while supporting business, you have harmed kids, educators, parents, and community after community in our great state. I'd be glad to give you details if you would like.
Good afternoon. My name is Pete Teller, and I'm a middle school counselor at a school whose last attendance report stated that we had 752 students. I am speaking today as a concerned educator, parent, grandparent, and Oregon citizen. Middle school counselors have the privileged opportunity of connecting with students at a very critical age. Our students typically have arrived at the developmental stage where they can positively engage in cooperative groups, become aware of social inequities, and start to contemplate their place among their peers with special consideration given to acceptance, approval, and affiliation. Middle school students invite a special combination of qualities from the professionals who work with them that includes flexibility, an open mind, and a daily curiosity in the world around them. Tragically, middle school is often the time when conformity, total obedience, and rigid authority are imposed, hence the rise in discipline rates for such things as insubordination, being unprepared for class, and not following directions. Now, why should the OEIB be aware of this information? I submit for your consideration that the tragedy of middle school is perpetuated by your policies and standards. I was naively unaware when I began 13 years ago that my job description would be to console, repair, and attempt to restore students whose self-confidence, self-esteem, and self-concept is critically at risk of being totally irreparable due to the devastating effects of high-stakes standardized testing that today goes by the name of OAKS, but will be changed to smarter balanced assessments. The pressure placed on students to pass OAKS are significant, and those who fail struggle with long-term consequences attached to that experience. Is there anyone willing to honestly consider the possibility that it is our deliberate move away from an instructional-based system to a test-based system that has contributed to the high student dropout rates and the school-to-prison pipeline that is the conduit to our ever-expanding correctional system that Attorney General Eric Holder has finally publicly called into question? If we are serious about dealing with youth depression, suicide, and even bullying, then we need to completely change our approach with children and define success not as a random score on some meaningless test, but on how our youth can apply the spark of curiosity that they have left for learning and critically support them in their ability to investigate, evaluate, comprehend, and understand the knowledge needed for 21st century survival and coexistence. Thank you.
Elizabeth Teal.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Teal. I'm a teacher and a parent in Portland Public Schools. And I wanted to tell you a little bit about some of the impacts of becoming a focused school this last year at my school. I taught the last 2 years at the school where my daughters attend. And in the fall, we were added to the focus list. This news was devastating to our staff and our community and contributed to historically through-the-roof rates of excellent teachers leaving the school and families transferring elsewhere because this aura of failure had been placed upon us. Regardless of that, I joined our school's CAP team and spent countless hours analyzing our survey data and making goals with our team for a focus plan. I found that few, if any, of our community's strengths, challenges, and concerns were reflected in the recommendations given to us by ODE. It was clear that the bottom line of the plan was that we needed to do whatever it took to raise test scores. And that's the trajectory that our school went into. With the clock running on our test score 4-year deadline, teachers and administrators in my building had been under enormous pressure to raise test scores. Despite overwhelming evidence that standardized tests measure student socioeconomic status more accurately than quality teaching and learning, these scores will be the sole measure used to determine if our school will survive. With the few $1,000s we received in support, we bought test prep materials. We subjected our students to diagnostic tests, predictive tests, and practice tests. Our computer lab, which had been purchased by our PTA to promote inquiry and design, was devoted solely to testing and test prep for most of the year. At our school, as at other high-poverty schools unfortunate enough to have landed in that bottom 15%, child-centered learning began to take a backseat to test prep because our data is our only lifeline. Here's how this looks at the student level. My middle school students last year spent on average 12 hours in state testing and 8 hours in tests to predict their performance on state testing. Many were pulled out of elective classes for another 20 to 30 hours of test prep. Students could feel the gravity being placed on these tests, and I fear many have come to see that these tests somehow measure their worth. I am haunted by the day that one of my students wrote a note to me that the day after he did not pass his Oaks reading test. He wrote that he lay in bed all night wishing he would never wake up because of the shame he felt for failing his test. While this is an extreme example, many students were resentful of the constant time and attention to testing, especially as test prep superseded their chance to take art, drumming, and drama classes and music classes. I've been teaching in high poverty schools my entire career, and I am deeply committed to ensuring that every child in my district has a top quality education. The fact is, we are not going to get this through over-testing, paperwork, and by sanctioning struggling schools in vulnerable communities. No, our high poverty schools need real resources, the kind that make a difference for kids. Smaller class sizes, wraparound services, full-time counselors, and rich and engaging curriculum that includes the arts, real-world projects, and discovery. The $70 million for strategic investments would be so much better spent reducing class sizes and adding back the services that our struggling students need to be healthy and successful. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Owen Griffiths. I'm an engineering and science teacher with the McMinnville School District, and I've been following the path of OEIB for quite some time now. I'm here to say a few words of encouragement regarding STEM and STEAM opportunities. I've really seen how students are absolutely engaged in these hands-on learning opportunities. I think it extends into many different areas just besides the STEM that is so predominantly around us today. I do believe, though, that the OEIB needs to really maintain a focus on encouraging innovative and new educational constructions that can be brought into the Oregon educational process. I've got a proposal that I've given to several members of OEIB. It's a proposal for STEM Direct. It tries to get instructors into the schools in front of the students doing small unit instructions, 2-day, 4-day instructions, and so it utilizes something that's a little bit different than we've previously seen. Although I think there may have been a couple places that did actually try and do this, get people to go out and get in front of the students themselves directly. I really believe that there's a momentum for some new ways of doing things, and I think it really extends across all aspects of our educational structures. I know that key concern is equity, and to the extent that all students within the state would have the ability to experience and have people come in and do these instructions, I think that with some of this new thinking and new structure, this can certainly be accommodated, and I think that students would benefit tremendously. So I would please encourage the entire OEIB staff and the ODE people to take a look at all these things and really sort of keep thinking outside the box. Thank you.
Betsy Miller-Jones and Betty Ryan.
Hello, I'm Betsy Miller-Jones. I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon School Boards Association. And I'm here to offer a warm welcome to Nancy Golden, as she is the new Interim Chief Executive Officer of the OEIB. We've had a longstanding collaborative and supportive relationship with Nancy, and we are very much looking forward to working with you as you lead the OEIB. We are supportive of the work being done by OEIB, the achievement compacts and the strategic initiatives. We look forward to providing you with feedback throughout the year through our school boards, our statewide relationship with our school boards, who are all locally elected officials charged with that focus on student achievement. Last night I was with the Pendleton School Board, and there are many very high-functioning boards and districts who are excited about the work and the opportunities provided by the strategic initiatives. We had a great discussion last night, and I would be glad to share some of that with you over time as we go out and meet and work with our boards. We have a common goal, student achievement, high student achievement for all students. And we look forward to that work this year. And then I'm going to let Betty say a few words too.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Betty Reynolds. I'm a member of OSBA's Legislative Policy Committee in the Westland-Wilsonville School Board, and I've enjoyed the opportunity of serving on your Rules Advisory Committee and your Ad Hoc Achievement Compact Advisory Committee. And I've attended most of your meetings, and I want to commend you for your commitment and your dedication to student achievement in Oregon and helping Oregon's students achieve to their highest potential. And I want to join Betsy in extending a big welcome to Dr. Golden and a thank you for positive collaboration with her. We're very supportive of OEIB's strategic initiatives, and we look forward to further opportunity of working with you as you implement the strategic initiatives. Thank you.
Eduardo, our final speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Eduardo Angulo. I'm the Executive Director of the Salem Kaiser Coalition for Equality. We are a coalition of Latino organizations that serve our community in the Willamette Valley and around Oregon. Governor Keith Saber is calling on all of us to mobilize around the 40-40-20 by 2025 goal. In March of this year, the Oregon Education Investment Board and the governor approved a comprehensive Oregon English Learners Strategic Plan, which was prepared by a group of talented educators and OEIB members. The plan serves as a roadmap for improving outcomes for students in and exited from ELL programs and has a specific third goal that calls for school districts to engage and involve families and communities as equal partners in order to support and enhance programs designed for English learners. This goal aligns with the work we have been doing at the Coalition to educate and inspire Latino parents for the past 13 years. We know that parents who are meaningfully engaged as partners in education are the best teachers' aides at home. I am excited to announce that the Coalition, in partnership with Chemeketa Community College, is launching a 3-year initiative to mobilize Spanish-speaking parents in the Willamette Valley. The initiative begins with a Spanish-speaking regional parent conference on October 5th, 2013. Our theme is "The Journey to College Begins at Home." After the conference, we will continue to work with hundreds of parents with children from preschool to high school by providing information and trainings about how to overcome the barriers English learners face and additional steps for the family to foster academic success. We will work with parents to develop action plans with clear next steps and measurable outcomes at the conference. Coalition parent leaders will support families during the school year and summers as they implement their plans by providing research-based programming for the entire family. The Coalition's parent leaders are working hard to put parents and students on track to graduation while holding teachers, the community, and themselves accountable. To succeed together and achieve the 40-40-20 by 2025 goal, we need your support now. You have a package with you. It narrates exactly what we are intending to do. This is a moment that we've been waiting for a long time. So we welcome the challenge and continue the work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for your testimony today. Okay, let's take a look at our agenda and talk about what the afternoon is going to look like next. We're going to have a lunch, and it's going to be served right out here, and hopefully we get a chance to kind of mingle and reconnect a little bit. When we come back at 1 o'clock, we're going to have a signing ceremony by the governor. We'll be signing 2 bills that are obviously near and dear to OEIB, 3232 and 3233. We don't know yet exactly, Ben, where it's going to be.
On this floor.
On this floor. It's going to be right outside. So if we could be a part of the, just right after lunch for the signing ceremony. Then in the afternoon, the governor is going to go through some some of his key points and his vision for our work moving forward, his recommendations for strategic strategies. And then we're going to do kind of a work session for our 6-month outcomes. And that will include basically the OEIB component of just ourselves. In the afternoon, we'll conclude with a joint meeting between OEIB and the Early Learning Council. So before we break for lunch, any questions, comments, Ron?
Why are we breaking into groups of 2 or 3 board members for that 6-month discussion instead of having it on hold? You had it broken down so there was 2 or 3 of us together. I don't understand the point of that.
We can change that. I think it was the idea to give people more voice time in each group and then bring back and report back. But if the group would prefer to stay together, that's fine with us.
That would be mine on others to speak up for themselves.
Thoughts, do you want to, Ron's got a suggestion, we just stay together for that rather than small group. Do you have a preference? You prefer that?
And I'm fine with that if we actually get to have a conversation. It feels like a lot of times we really don't talk about issues. I think there's so many that have been brought up here today and that we have that we need to really be able to talk. So if you can facilitate it,
We've got 75 minutes for us, so I think it will allow the time for discussion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Rex Higgins. I did not testify today. I have before. I'd just like to point out we have yet another example of no opportunity to talk about serious weaknesses in the system. You saw what a wonderful job you did in selecting Mr. Crew, Dr. Crew. You could have easily avoided that if you'd listened to some people that have something to say. You need to start listening.
So we'll take a short recess for lunch. Thank you.
Designated Mary Stillby to be my alternate. She'll be, in my absence, she'll continue to be a voting member. And then, as some of you may know, I have a planning and management subcommittee to oversee the work of the Chief Education Officer. Julie Gray Edwards has agreed to serve on that, along with Kit Liffernell and Kate Turan. They have their first meeting on the 24th. And do you want to say anything else about the frequency of the meeting or what we do?
I think we, coming out of that meeting, set up a framework for the work ahead. We adopted a number of policies that and practices that, just in terms of our expectations around oversight of the office, and we're looking forward to working with Dr. Golden to set up the next 6 months framework. We'll have a meeting probably in the next couple of weeks to do that. All the members of the OEIB received the summary of our meeting, and this is all the documents available to everybody else as well.
Before I kick this back over to Nancy, I just wanted to take a minute and sort of share with you my sense of where we are with our work and some of the priorities that I would recommend we lean into over the next 6 months at least. Let me start by saying that we have come an extraordinarily long way since this board was appointed in the fall of 2011. And it's easy to lose track of that in sort of a day-to-day grind of work, but we have adopted a very ambitious strategic plan to guide both our short-term and long-term work. We've concluded the achievement compacts, and over the course of 3 successive sessions, 2011, 12, and 13, we have actually really moved the dial forward in terms of rationalizing the organization and governance structure of the P-20 education system. We've launched our early learning hubs, and we've begun to establish strategic outcomes-based funding recommendations for the education continuum. So, put it another way, we really have put in place now most of the structural and policy elements that we need to move aggressively towards our 40-40-20 goals. The 2 outstanding elements are, one is adequate funding for this new system, which will continue to be a very high priority. And second, I think the need to sort of shift the focus of the OEIB now from policy and planning to actual implementation to get the results on the ground. With just very few exceptions, though, the OEIB is not a board that has been given statutory authority to actually implement policy. The Early Learning Council is in charge of overseeing the implementation of our early learning hubs. The Department of Education has the primary responsibility for overseeing the strategic investments, and the Higher Education Coordinating Commission will be in charge of policy alignment and funding recommendations in our post-secondary system. But there's a couple of areas where I think the OEIB is absolutely essential. The first one, in relationship to implementation of this policy, is to make sure that these efforts are actually aligned across agencies and boards by maintaining and updating our strategic plan, by making sure that we adopt these annual achievement compacts that share, that reflect sort of joint commitment by our local educational partners and the board to move the dial on student outcomes, and then to provide oversight for our Chief Education Officer, who of course chairs the Education Cabinet that includes the heads of all these agencies and programs. Secondly, I think it's very, very important that the OEIB become a larger and larger player in helping shape the governor's education budget going forward. And then there's a third area that I think, at least to me, is one of the most exciting opportunities, and that's to continue to be a place where policies and strategies and innovations are reviewed and shaped. And I think there's a lot that we can learn from the transformation that's going on in healthcare. As you know, we've got 15 coordinated care organizations that essentially are designing a brand new delivery model, each one a little different because of local circumstances, but all guided by the same set of overarching principles. And the leadership of each of those coordinated care organizations gets together every 4 to 6 weeks in a true learning collaborative. And it started out as sort of a gripe session about why are we doing this and how impossible it is, to this robust, exciting exchange of ideas, problems, challenges, solutions. And part of this is something we call the Transformation Center, which essentially helps do a couple of things. It helps good ideas travel fast, and it gives technical assistance to the coordinated care organizations. And part of that is innovation agents that we have embedded out in the community. So there's an innovation agent for every 2 or 3 coordinated care organizations, and their job is to bust bureaucracy, quite frankly, and to get resources, to try to leverage local resources for each coordinated care organization. And it's actually an old model. It's a model based on the old agricultural extension service in the early 1900s, where you had people out in the community helping farmers know the new best practices for irrigation or managing the farm. And I view the OEIB kind of as the transformation center with our staff research, to be able to help disseminate good ideas quickly, to be able to provide that technical assistance to regional efforts. And if, hopefully we can develop some kind of similar learning collaborative where we can get the very best ideas that are going on around the state and the energy and the synergies. And we have people in these learning collaboratives that are talking about capacity that they had no idea existed in their community, or conversations that they wouldn't have thought of having 2 or 3 months ago. So it's really about engaging the larger community in this effort. And it's also clear that the OEIB has the singular responsibility to make sure that this effort does a crosswalk at key connection points. So obviously between early learning and the K-12 system, and K-12 and post-secondary education and the workforce system, but also between the enterprise of education and the Oregon Health Authority, the Department of Human Services, for example. And I think an example is the longitudinal database. We're developing, as you know, the business case to take that to the legislature in February. We want to make sure that we coordinate with the database, actually a robust database that's been developed by Cover Oregon, our Health Insurance Exchange, and OHA, the CCOs, and DHS, to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts, but we actually create a tool that helps us get that information where we need it and where we need it. Let me just conclude by saying I think the biggest opportunity is to create a real sense of excitement and energy and enthusiasm about this work throughout the state. I've asked Nancy and her staff to work with you to develop really a campaign to bring that kind of energy and enthusiasm and sense of ownership of the work of the OEIB to both local level and the school districts around the state. And if we could, I think that we have to, this board has to lead in engaging communities of color. It has to lead in engaging early language learners. It has to lead in developing these regional achievement compacts, where you could have, in my vision, a school district, a community college, and a university, inviting in the business community, the faith communities, community-based organizations, and everyone basically saying, here's what I can contribute to the challenges in that district, and to leverage that kind of capacity. Some of it's already happened out there. We've had Jada came and Pam Curtis to one of the CCO learning labs. So there's tremendous capacity out there, and I think one of our key jobs is to develop that sense of ownership and enthusiasm and tap into that capacity and really roll this thing forward. And I'm very excited with the opportunity, and I'm delighted that Nancy has agreed to help lead this effort. So, back over.
Thank you. So, thank you, Governor. That gave a lot of clarity. And you do have a sheet, which are the governor's recommendations for strategies to look at immediately. And he covered a lot of those in what he said, but as we start working on what are the outcomes for the next 6 months, this is another document we could look at as you begin to think about that. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to take 75 minutes. We decided we were going to stay together as a group, and that's good. And Hilda's going to take notes. Thank you, Hilda. In addition to that, this is all being taped. So our job after we listen to all of you will be to synthesize what we heard and bring back to you what we thought we heard in terms of a sense of consensus about what you want for the outcomes for the next 6 months. So we have basically 3 key questions. The first one is, what should the outcomes be? The second, what should the board role be concerning the outcomes? And then the third is to take a look at our subcommittees, which is in our notebook and in our packet, and decide, are these the right subcommittees based on the 6 months, and what should the charge be to each of these subcommittees? So if we want to just begin with the first question about determining what the outcome should be for the next 6 months. And remember that our strategic plan is for 2015, what we need to accomplish for 2015. So this would be kind of designing down from that. And we'll just let anyone begin, and then I'll go around and make sure we get every voice in the room. So who would like to begin?
Just before we start, do you have any foundational ones that you want to pursue?
Yeah, a lot of the foundational ones were very similar to the governor, so I definitely believe that having the case completed on the longitudinal database is absolutely critical. You know, the database is what's going to inform us about whether our key investments have really paid off, so I think that should be a deliverable in the next 6 months. I also think that what the governor talked about with the CCO structure are really achievement compacts and making sure that we do get the $500,000 that was to be allocated in a way that we will, A, get the job done, and B, try to keep as many of the people who apply for achievement compacts engaged, because there's a lot of enthusiasm about that. So I think those are 2 key ones. I also think the equity lens is critical. I think really connecting with our communities of color to make sure their voices are heard is really another critical one. And then I think the bills we just signed, that we need to make sure that we do get the resources allocated. We do it in a way that everybody feels the process was clear, everyone had an opportunity to apply if it's an RFP process, which all of them aren't, but many of them are. And then we really get the resources where they need to go, so we can really start impacting our children and their pathway to 40-40-20.
May I add to that? I think what I hear most in the community is that the larger public doesn't know what the acceptability. And as Governor was talking, as you were talking about growing up, the thinking that what we need to do is either make better use of technology or decide on a strategy how we can inform the larger public pretty swiftly about what it is that we're doing, what it is we're trying to achieve, and how we're going about it. Communication is what I'm talking about. I think that's probably the big void that I sense disconnects us from the larger public, is that there's not real good information about what it is that we're doing, how we're doing it, and what we're trying to achieve. I would like to put that as a high priority.
I'd like to dovetail on that too, and Nancy, you and I talked about this previously as well, that we need a communication plan as well as we need a strategic plan. And you know, there are people who do this for a living, and I would like to see us develop that. I mean, we've had that overarching theme. I don't think any of us were totally pleased with some of the outreach that we did and the outcomes we achieved from those. So how can we be more strategic as a board, more strategic as a staff on our outreach? Because what Kate is saying, the average person on the street still really doesn't know. I mean, we even come here and still want roles and responsibilities more clearly defined. So, you know, the governor mentioned the excitement, the passion. We need a communication plan that basically informs where we are and where we're going, what we've accomplished.
Nancy, I think one way to piggyback on that too is keeping score so we can engage the community, not to use that as a hammer over the head, but to say in 2007, 2008, when the progress board
Just got to push your mic and speak on mic so that we can record your words here forever.
I can pull this out of the car this morning. We got the paper to list the benchmarking for the counties when the progress board was up and running. And I got more mileage by telling to my fellow business people in my county that, you know, hey, we're out of 36 counties, we're 40th in some areas, and we need to get off our butts and do something about it. And this wasn't to say, you know, woe is me and wring our hands. This was to dig in deep and to do something about it. So I think the finding out where we are baseline has been suggested, and then to take the engagement to the community. I say this a little bit too to my fellow board members here, but when the subcommittees were listed here, it was a little bit of a shock to me to see that the growth and results only had one person on it. That person did elect the chairman, and we met in the Bahamas, and it was a great meeting. But this speaks, if I showed this to my fellow people downtown, it would speak volumes, because if we don't have growth and results, it's a chicken and egg deal. But you could argue, you could kiss these other committees goodbye, because we ain't going to be here anyway. We're going to fire ourselves if we don't have some results. So, you know, I think I got myself in hot water the other day by saying this, but I think being in the top and the bottom 50 or the bottom 10 of the 50 states isn't where Oregon should be. We're better than that. Of course we are. We've got better teachers. We've got better of everything, and that's what we're all about. But I think we need to use that to our advantage to stimulating all walks, whether minorities, the faith community, the business community, all that the governor rattled off, to be engaged in improving our situation. I really believe personally that if there's anything that's a high tide that raises all boats, it's going to be the freedom of education. And that's what we need to do.
Okay, should we just kind of move around, and then if you're not ready to mention something, maybe we could start. Do you want to round?
Well, I guess we're talking about 6 months or so. To me, the couple things with the macro and micro is we've got a goal, 40-40-20 goal, and a timeline for when we're supposed to hit it. And I'd like to have, you know, ongoing, regular analysis of how we're doing it. Certainly in business with our, you know, budget goals, you know, every month we're tracking how are we doing on our, you know, against our different metrics. Our metric here is a, you know, 40-40-20, and we signed achievement compacts, we think we're advancing that. And I'd like to know, do we think we, you know, we got 15 years to go or whatever, you know, or not 15 years, that's 12 years to go. So did we make, you know, 1/12 of the progress we need to make this year, or are we ahead or behind? So we need some way of just, you know, how are we doing on that? And then the second piece to me is, you know, we sign these achievement compacts. You all heard, I wish we had some more power to do something either to help accomplish them or to hold people accountable who don't accomplish them. But absent that authority, we at least ought to be using information as power. We have to be able to evaluate, you know, if we signed 100 of them or whatever we signed, how many people actually did what their achievement compacts said they were going to do. And, you know, being able to identify, again, it's, you know, we have a collective, a macro goal of this 40-40-20 as a state, are we on track for it? Then we have individual education service providers who sign compacts, and on an ongoing basis, we should be evaluating, okay, did they accomplish, you know, were they successful? Did they accomplish what what was there to accomplish. And then obviously, if nobody accomplished it, that sends us a message we ought to do something with. If everybody did, that's a different message. Presumably, it's probably in between, and we need to think about what that means.
Nicole?
So I'll take a moment to just reiterate the need around communications. I think there are so many people across the state that would really be celebrating some of the work that OEIB has done, and they don't know about it to celebrate or to support it. I think for example, our English language learner plan is one of the best pieces of this work, and every time I tell an educator or community member about it, they're so excited. They simply just don't know about it. And as far as a 6-month short-term goal, I think there's several pieces that there's an opportunity to really be better ambassadors and bring people along. If we want to think about this as a 12-year process, I think we have to do a better job of bringing allies along with us. Another short-term area that I think is important, and I think we started that work today, was really understanding our authority a little bit better. I'm not sure I'll be the first one, I'm not sure I grasp the shift, but I think the sooner we can get really clear about that as a board and understand what we can and cannot do and where we are most influential, and spend the time having those conversations would be of great value, because I definitely feel like there's a little bit of stutter stepping. Do we have authority? Do we not have authority? And I just think we have to spend the time now to clear up any confusion so that we're asserting our effort and influence in the best way. And then last, I think this is actually reflected in the 10 priorities, which I absolutely support. But I think that with this additional investment of $75 million, it is our opportunity to show that we are willing to do things differently. If we simply invest in the way that we always have, or do RFPs the same way that we always have, we will lose confidence and open ourselves up to criticism. And I think thinking about how to reach the communities who are most behind and most vulnerable with these new investments will be really critical, and that will require us to do things quite differently, probably make some mistakes along the way, but I hope we are courageous about utilizing that resource for a bigger impact forward.
David was ready.
Yeah, I just want to go on. It was recommended at our last retreat that we did have some kind of 40-20 gauge, kind of what like Dick was saying about how we're moving on that. I think it got kind of lost in the transition of chief education officers, but I think that'd be real important, because sometimes we get lost in this minutia that we don't really have a whole lot of control or influence over. And I think that would help focus this board if we're up somewhere in this room on the wall or on a screen, how we're moving on 40-40-20 and where we have to be. I think that would really help focus the board. On communications, I think if we're talking 6 months, I think a real realistic goal is to revamp the website. I think if we go to the other boards that we deal with and look at them, just for example, State Board or State Board of Higher Ed or CCWD, I think right there you see a lot more easily accessible websites, because even I have troubles finding things I'm looking for, information that I know we talked about at a meeting, it gets a little frustrating. I can imagine how much better an outreach that would be to the public too, if it were much more accessible and easier to read website. And reflecting on what wasn't so successful when we did do our town hall forums and other outreach across the state, maybe narrowing the focus of a forum or something like that to this particular theme. Because you kind of even heard it today in the public testimony. Sometimes, everything from Arnie Duncan down to a particular classroom, and people come here and tell the OEIB about it, and I think it would help focus it more on what we're responsible for and what we can have some influence over if we were to narrow it down to a particular theme, whether it's something in one of these subcommittees or one of the other things in the strategic plan, for example. I think that would help a lot. And finally, I think we've really, we've heard on this board a lot of testimony, a lot of input on best practices and what people are doing, what is succeeding. And we've never really cataloged that or done a good way of formulating it and getting that information out, and then really taking the even bigger step of how to support ramping up things like that in other districts or other communities that want to try out those best practices. And I really think we've really got to offer that support, because we can't just be a metrics board. We just can't be an assessor. You know, it's really up to us to help set up the system and the support system to really help education in the state. Otherwise, we do hear a lot of frustration about people being repeatedly assessed and assessed again by yet another board about things that they don't really have much control over, or we're not getting a lot of input on. So I'd like to see some, and maybe that's a role for the best practices committee, something we can do in the next 6 months. Look at some of the things going on throughout the state, some of the things we've heard, in fact, here, and kind of catalog them and see, try and get that out to other districts, other communities to start practicing or put into practice.
Nancy, if I might.
Sure.
I'll send out, I was hoping to get it for you this meeting, but we couldn't quite pull it off. But I'll email you. It's called the Oregon System Transformation Center system I mentioned. And basically, its whole purpose is to accelerate the rate of innovation and the adoption of innovation, put it to what's essentially a brand new care model. And what they've done is they've tried to figure out a way to take these good ideas that are working and really get them out there quickly. And it might be worthwhile at some point to have Bruce Goldberg and Kathy Kaufman, who runs that, come down here and just have a conversation. Because I think you're absolutely right. There's a lot going on out there, and we just need to figure out a more systemic way to disseminate that and then provide the support for its adoption.
Has there been any thought given to doing a dashboard report?
Could you just speak into the microphone? Thank you.
My question is, has there been any thought given to doing a dashboard report on key outcomes, either outcomes from the subcommittee work or the broader OEIB work? Because I think if we could get that into the hands of every school, every parent, it might really facilitate moving the needle in the direction that we want to move it.
Thank you. Okay, so Julia, did you?
Sure. I'm with Ron on looking at the 40-40-20, how do we back map it? Do we need to make critical adjustments? So if we're not moving the dial, we should be doing something differently then. But I think we should sort of keep that front and center. I also think we should, I'd like us to focus on this relates to the communication plan, but also back mapping the 40-40-20 to think about the ways that we can talk about it that's more student focused, because 40-40-20 is sort of antiseptic and I think divorces ourselves from the students. So that as we think about building a communication plan, I think we can engage and get enthusiasm for our work if it's student-based versus an equation. In the next 6 months, a priority I would say would be the setting up the oversight of the strategic investments. I think the governor, staff, and legislature did an excellent job of making some strategic investments. Those are likely to be for one-time investments unless there's a link to the state's goals and the money's perceived as well spent, well managed, and having impacts on students. Let's see. The other thing, and this also goes to looking at 40-40-20, but just a critical analysis of the Achievement Compact. Is it, now that we've had a cycle of use, what parts of it are valuable to parents, the community, to teachers, to administrators, to OEIB, what's maybe creating false incentives, and just making sure that it's sending the right signals and incentives for what you're trying to accomplish. And then the last is more internal work for the OEIB of a streamlined, I always love one-pager that would show what our overall strategic plan from a 50,000-foot level would be, and then making sure that our committee work is integrated with the strategic plan. disconnect, and so having the work from the strategic plan drop down into, and will flow up and down from the strategic plan, I think would make much better use of all the board members' times. That would be, one last thing is, it seems one of the differences between our role and the roles of the other boards is that we're sort of managing and supporting transitions versus the state board that's one level, or PEC that's another piece. Is, how can we add value to that transition point, since that's a unique vantage point that we have, or the role that we have versus a particular level, so it's the moving from level to level.
Thank you. So we've heard the governor say one of our.
It's ironic, Julie, I just wrote down my overhead is transitions, because I was thinking, what makes us, especially after today, we're talking about redefining roles and responsibilities, what makes us different than all these other boards? We're the only one that's P20, but they all have a definite responsibility area that's specific. We're really managing transitions. And with that said, one of the most compelling activities for me that this board has done was when we looked at that dashboard, that group that came with the dashboard on the return on investment. And sometimes education, we don't get anything done because everything's equal. I would encourage us to really take a look at what are the most significant investments in Oregon that will be the best bang for our buck. That was originally our intention. So we know, number one was third grade reading. So if we are a transition group managing third grade reading, the responsibility of that should be a focus area. Maybe that even drives some of our configurations with our subcommittees. If our second best return on investment is 11 to 14, what are we doing for that, for transition points and support for that as well? So I would just challenge us, and that gets back into the achievement compact discussion. Maybe we need to more narrowly define what are those strategic areas, what are the metrics to reach 40-40-20. And to me, those two are the dominant ones we should be doing a lot of talk about. Final thing I'd say, Nancy, I'm taking myself on blood, not you having to try to consolidate all this weekend. But to me, the how and the implementation, I feel a sense of urgency that we accomplished a lot this last session, and now it's time to deliver. We need to deliver. We need to have more kids reading in third grade, more high school graduates, more two-year certificates. We need to deliver that. To me, the how and the implementation is through the regional achievement compacts. And I know we're playing with pilots, we're looking at different spots around the state to scale, but if we're going to get more kids to graduate, we have to have the integration of our CCOs. We have to have the integration of wraparound services. We have to have libraries, community colleges, business together, or we're not going to get kids to those points. So to me, that whole how and the implementation urgency is around the regional achievement compact, which I think should be a priority for us.
Okay, so Hannah, we haven't heard from you yet, right? We heard from Jeff.
So I think we have an incredible opportunity here. I can see it's our chance to sit back and breathe and do it right. And we have a new chief education officer who is a collaborator and someone who can help us lead in a manner in which we can actually engage students, parents, and educators in this process. And I think that is key to our success. I think we haven't done it. I would ask, what have we really accomplished? The compacts were turned in. Has anyone on this board, have we read them? Do we have any idea? Has it made a difference in student achievement? Have we been able to see through any of our initiatives that have really made a difference for our students? I'm not sure it's there at this point, but I believe in something the governor said early on, and it's why I felt so strongly about being on this board and doing this work. It's about tight loose. If we know what we want from educators, and we've adopted the Common Core standards, and we are now in the middle of implementing those standards. We've got to get that right. We have to implement those standards in a way that they're meaningful, in a way that they're actually going to move the dial for student achievement. So I hope that as we're doing our work that we will be monitoring that. I hope that we'll be giving the support necessary for every one of our educators. We talk about having that quality educator in every venue for our students. If that's the case, then let's give them the support that they need to implement those standards in a way that we can get to where we possibly can. 40-40-20 is aspirational. I believe in that. We want every student, and I appreciated the governor again today saying that every student in the state can learn, and we need to help them along that continuum. But I think something that came out today is really important for us to understand, and that was Elizabeth's testimony, public testimony, where she talked about testing and what it's doing to her school. She's a priority school. She comes from a school, she sat down and tried to create a plan that would really help those students. They put forward their ideas, but their ideas didn't matter. And what they've done is they've continued to test and test and test, and it's not helping the students. If we don't trust those that we've hired into the position, then let's get rid of all of them. And I don't know where we go from there, but I don't think it's the answer. I think we have to listen very carefully. We know what testing has done to our students. We know what Finland has done over the years to make a difference. They don't use standardized tests. They do things that matter for students, which is provide a well-rounded education. And I hope that that's where we go, to say we expect you to get our students to accomplish and reach the Common Core standards. And we're here as a board to support you in any way we can in getting that accomplished. And if people aren't doing their job, there's a process in which we will find someone to replace them. But I just don't, I hope that we really use the typos that we talked about from the beginning. And I trust that there are parents, students, and educators and business community, and they believe in public education and want us to succeed. With the communication plan, we haven't communicated. People don't know who we are. So it's a great opportunity. I hope that we take advantage of it. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to help us get there. So thank you, Nancy, for asking the question.
Yvonne. So I'm trying to think about what to say as my head goes from being a superintendent and an assistant and start up again and think about messages and focusing and what people know and don't know, and then the role of a board member on this board. And I just want to emphasize and maybe add to some of the comments already made. One of the things I think we need to think about, and I try to do this in my own system, and I know it's not an easy thing to do, is this idea of a flow-through line. So we talked about strategies, we talked about achievement compact. I think there's an assumption that those strategies link. And then we talk about oversight of investment, and then this piece about communication. And I think all those things have to be linked in a way for that. So I think about communication, which has been termed a communication plan, but we really need more than that. It's more of a multifaceted strategy that really shows the through lines. So when we talk about a strategy and we make an assumption that it's going to impact something on an achievement compact target, and that we make an assumption that some of those investments may have had something to do with that, and clearly this board's not going to be able to do it without the people inside all those institutions providing some of that information. So I know it's not an easy piece, but I don't think it's just about communicating what we're about or what we think our role is, because the confusion happens with all the stakeholders. And while I think it's very important for parents and community, everybody to know what we're doing, right now I'd like to just speak from inside the system and being a person who's been at this table and sharing best practice. Once I walk away from here and all these other things happen, I even struggle to see where that flow through is. And I am trusting and hoping, and I really believe that all the good work we've done so far is going to lead to those outcomes. But I'm just trying to figure out how we get clear about that flow. The other part that I think impacts that is And I don't like the word realistic because sometimes it implies that I'm not hopeful or thinking positive, but there is a timing issue. So we had people do achievement compacts, and then we went for key funding investments, and we're just now getting that work on place to think that we will have impacted those learning targets right now. So I have to tell you, I started squirming in my seat as soon as people started saying, let's see the results from our districts, because what I'm really experiencing inside my district is all the cuts still, because the new money that's coming back hasn't been there yet, and we haven't been able to take advantage of all this. So somewhere in this flow-through line has to be timelines that make sense, that match up with, I don't know if I'm making sense, but where those strategies and investments really can realistically impact targets. I think that's where it starts to feel for all of us inside the system where we get nervous. We're going to be held accountable for something that there's this high-level expectation for, but even we might not see how was that supposed to impact that. And then we have to do, I think, a lot of communication within our systems, K-12 or whatever systems, about what we as OEIB think that flow through should look like, and that needs to be part of the expectation. So I actually want to hear from Rob when these grants go out and think, what are you expecting from us in terms of from the beginning to the end? And I know OEIB doesn't have all the answers because we're just creating some of this stuff, but there's a lot of good thinkers and a lot of good research that's behind that. Instead of waiting for us to sort of figure it all out as we go along, I'm hoping we inform some of that along the way. And the last piece I want to say about that is really about that learning piece. So I'm just going to use an example, and that's the Eastern Promise. I think about the achievement compact, the regional achievement compacts, and the power there seems to me that we're going to learn some things about where barriers are. But once we learn where they are, I want to know, is there a strategy or a practice whereby we address that for everybody at the same time? So we were just having this conversation at the break, like, I want to go learn what they did so we can duplicate it. We're going to work with Hillsborough. And we all know what the elephant in the room is, where those few barriers are. So they've already identified those barriers. We know where they are. Why don't we just go take them out for the whole state instead of just hoping that regions are going to figure out how to do this? And maybe that's just kind of my interpretation. So I think to summarize, it's really about understanding the link between everything we're doing and a realistic timeline, and then understanding what is our practice for addressing the problems when we're there. And I think it's linked to the earlier conversation about authority. So once we've identified those, are we really going to require every entity to go work out their own? Or is that where we're going to come up quicker to where there might be some authority to say, let's just get that one done?
Here, go ahead.
So I want to beat the healthcare analogy to death, but if you look at the outcomes that the Canadian organizations are expected to get, they're not going to get it right away. Because if you get a case of childhood diabetes, you're not actually going to see it healthily down the road. And they've developed, I think they've got 36 statewide metrics. A bunch of them are required by the federal waiver, but they come out quarterly. We're about ready to get our second. And it sort of shows progress or not progress and why. So, I mean, again, I don't think we have to necessarily reinvent the wheel here. Because there's a really good, it's going to take a while, but they've actually spent a lot of time thinking through exactly that question. You also have areas where you have a much larger elderly population that would be analogous to a school district that has a lot of English language learners or poor kids or whatever. So, and they've actually thought through those things. And I'm convinced that there's got to be a crosswalk there. And the value of this learning collaborative, and I don't know what this looks like, but if you had regional achievement compacts and the people who led that were to meet on a regular basis, what will happen, or what has begun to happen with these CCO meetings, is that they'll identify a barrier, and then they'll go around and say, how many other people have the same barrier? And then we kick it up. So then it's the health authority's got to figure out how to deal with that barrier. So I mean, it's really quite remarkable. And again, it might be worthwhile to have a couple of those folks come in and get you some background information on exactly how to do it. Because I think it's almost exactly the same.
And maybe it's some teaching with our committees too, so that we really understand how at those committee levels we might kick that off quicker.
Seems like in September, we need to bring this information back to you in a synthesized form. That'd be a great time at the next OEIB meeting to have some of these folks in who could really, because I believe what I'm hearing from you is we want to achieve something similar to that. So we could just get some information from them. So we'll find the appropriate people and have them at the September meeting. So let's just keep going. Anything else now that you've heard?
Can I just ask, so the makeup with CCUs, we've got, you said 15 across the state, and the makeup of those individual, like, we've got 15 separate groups. In the group, what's the makeup of that group?
So it's very interesting. It's basically a new business, new entity. So you've got the governance has not only doctors and hospitals, but it's got community health workers, it's got people who are involved with the determinants of health out of the community. There's county people on it. There's a committee structure, a committee structure, and they all have to have a transformation plan that shows how they're going to get from here to there. Those are all a little different, but the type loose is that the business plan sort of stipulates what they have to include, but not how to get there. And what's happening is that the innovation is bubbling up, and then they're taking that innovation from Klamath Falls and seeding it forward.
So it could be similar, I mean, as we're talking about the regional compacts, it's a similar.
Well, what I have in mind, and I know there's a lot of ways to do this, so but for me, the powerful thing is what they've done is they basically said, okay, these people, these Medicaid folks are our friends and neighbors. They're in our region. So what do we need to make that healthy? And what can everybody bring to the table? And so what can the business community bring? What can the faith community bring? What can the educational community bring? And it brings people out of the woodwork, partly because it's local. It's happening where they live. And I just think there's a huge potential to accomplish both the enthusiasm and the excitement to engage a lot more capacity and actually get those results. This ceases being, I mean, when the first couple of meetings with the Board of Carriers, it was basically no one trusted anybody. And it was all about why do we have to do this? It's impossible to get there. It's sort of whiny. And now you don't hear any of that. It's all about identifying problems. How can we help each other? And it becomes very organic. And I think that's one thing that's missing. We've sort of isolated our school system to people inside the building. And I think the community, as Dick said, is really anxious to engage if they know how. And I think the regional compact gives us an opportunity to at least begin to address that.
It's the implementation on where we're going. It really is.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Build on something.
Sure, absolutely.
I think when I think about the sort of mapping out whether we're making progress, and one way you could look at it is we have some investments that are going to be made that should help us move through that. I think what I thought was also originally contemplated is through the achievement compact, we'd be able to look at results that districts had received and the fact that we know how much money they get. You'll be able to see where some districts have made either exceptional progress towards 40-40-20 or not, and just some districts that have done that, what strategies are they using? So it's not all about waiting to see investments flow through, but taking best practices from districts and having a way by which that's disseminated or there's support for other districts adopting that. So not so much focusing only on we now have these strategic investments and we have to wait for them to flow through, because I don't think this conceptually I never thought that was the sole tool we had. You should have using dual strategies.
Yeah. Okay, good. Anything else?
And so I think it's important that Key Falls has something important to say. I think that's what you said. That's pretty good.
We can't hear you.
It's okay, I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you're probably better off than that.
He says he likes the notion that
Yeah,
Klamath
that's
Falls
true.
can bring something to Portland, and that idea that people from around the state
Yeah.
can really influence each other, maybe in a way that we never thought we would learn from a particular group of people. And so, yeah, I think that could be really powerful.
Am I supposed to come to Klamath Falls Defense or something?
Exactly. You're our local expert.
Klamath Falls has a lot of good people.
Can I add just one more comment as well? And it was to the idea about OEIB is managing and supporting the transitions. I like the idea of us thinking about that as kind of the sort of touchstone or key piece that we stay connected to, and wonder what it would look like if we organized our work or what we think we need to focus on around that piece. Because I keep trying to think about our role as a board, and the few times we really do get together and get a chance to do any work, a lot of the things we talk about is really what we're asking staff to do. But I wonder what it is that we do that is around managing those transitions, and how we identify specifically, even if it's one or two to start with, so that we can see where we've made progress on those. Because we're talking about the entities making progress, but do we know how to identify something in such a way that we can link all the work we're doing to that piece and measure our progress on it? I don't know, but I think we're positioned ready now to do that, especially if we look at some of the areas where there are achievement compact groups. Perhaps we could look at those transition points, even if it's a reporting from them specifically on what are you learning about those transitions. We make it small enough so that we can learn a practice that we could then duplicate across all of those strategies.
Nancy, I'm just kind of curious on your takeaways from this. What are you hearing as themes? Because I'm looking back at the question, what's the board's role in ensuring we achieve the 6-month outcomes?
Yeah, so I mean, I hear that we obviously need a data system that allows us to be tracking exactly the progress we've made in our investments, and also that as part of the data, we not only say achievement compacts are good, but we analyze as a result of that, the ones, the second time they're being filled out, what results are we getting? And then I've also heard that a powerful vehicle could be these regional achievement compacts if we use the learning collaborative idea of learning from the CCOs and looking at their structures around how they were able to move from a bunch of ideas to really being active in their regions where they were aware of the targets they needed to achieve. They came together, and probably people who we never thought would have come together at first, and on a very powerful regional level, they started really moving the dial on the outcomes, and that we need to document what were the specific things that moved the dial. We need that structure that's going to bring together people from each of these achievement compact collaboratives, so that what can happen is we can aggregate up what are the things that seem to make a difference. And then once we know those could become core investments we're really advising that we need to get in the next place, or they can become part of our communication plan. So as we communicate out through our existing infrastructures, like the school board or OEA or the business community, that we're really being able to highlight what the key practices are and getting people, do the combination of getting people excited. And if it really is making an extraordinary difference, then it might be something we all decide we need to do. Just like this investment in early reading. I mean, we've known for a long time the power of early reading. So the focus has to be there and the results need to get there. And we need to ensure that that happens. And if it's not, then we have to really work with people with all of these best practices to make it happen. So did I hit it? Okay. And but we'll bring that back in a much more organized way. Julia had an idea, which was it might be good to ask the advisors here so that we ask all of you sitting around the table, you've heard what's been said. You can either add on to that, or you can bring up something that maybe we didn't cover that you think will even strengthen the 6-month outcome. So who wants to start first? We've got our advisor. You going to start, Rob? Okay, great.
Sure. So just wanted to say I heard a number of really good ideas. And of course, I do like to keep score on things. And so when I look at this, I think about the idea of trying to achieve 40-40-20. I really like the thought of back mapping what it takes in order to be able to achieve 40-40-20 by 2025. And my hope was that the things that were laid out in the strategic plan by OEIB were the 2015 back mapping of 40-40-20. That when we say that the number of children ready to enter kindergarten increases by 20% by June 30, 2015, or the number of third graders reading at grade level increases by 15% and close the achievement gap by 5%. That was a back mapping to 40-40-20. And when we're talking about 6-month objectives, what we really should be doing then is back mapping those that are 18 months out. And we should have a series of 6-month objectives in the direction of achieving those. Now, part of the problem with that is that the data that we get around those particular objectives typically is a 1-year data set. So we're relying on assessment results typically to get those. We only get those once a year. And so instead of being able to really say in 6 months, here's what we're going to be able to, what we're going to have on third grade reading, what we need to say is what was our intent to get at third grade reading? What initiatives do we have in place to be able to achieve that goal or that target in the metric on third grade reading? And so where are we on those initiatives? How have those been implemented? What does that look like? And are there any adjustments that we need to make so we make sure that those initiatives are being implemented in a way that are going to cause us to achieve that outcome on June 30, 2015? I really appreciated what Yvonne said about the idea that really none of the dollars that you all have brought forth with your efforts. I really believe that the funding level we were able to achieve with the legislature was because the legislature is excited about the possibility that you all put out in front of them of what we could become educationally in the state and what the outcomes of that look like. It caught their imagination about what we can achieve, and there was a greater willingness to fund education than there has been previously because people believe that we can accomplish something that we've not yet been able to articulate as well as you all have caused to be articulated. So I hope that you all are taking some congratulations around that. I don't know that anybody said that to you, but I really believe that to be true, and I want to make sure that you all know that. And then the initiative dollars, none of those dollars are yet in the hands of people. On July 1st, school districts got their first dollars from 655 and the relief from PERS reforms that they've had. The results that we're getting from last spring are absent any of these investments. Now, they were with encouragement about what the achievement compacts and where we wanted to get to and what the targets were, but they were absent any resource to cause that to happen. School districts are just now having the opportunity to hang on to staff and put programs in place that will, I believe, help us get there. But there are some really important initiatives underway. The 4 strategic investments that came out of the legislature, and in addition to those, the work on focus and priority schools, which have been our lowest performing schools with our highest at-risk students, those who are in poverty, and oftentimes are students of color. And so those focus and priority schools are getting additional help, more help than they've ever had before, and I believe we'll start to see some results from that work. And so we should be tracking that initiative very closely. In addition, Senate Bill 290 that came out of the 2009 legislative session around educator evaluation, huge piece of work that I believe is beginning to get some very important traction on educator quality across the state. That's another initiative that we should be watching very closely, and then implementation of the Common Core. And really, when you think about the pillars of education, what it is that you hope to achieve with students curricularly, but what the outcomes are that you want that they should learn. The effectiveness of educators, so Senate Bill 290, working with your sort of lowest performing subset to make sure that they become higher performers. Those are all really important to this effort, as well as the 4 initiatives. So I would think tracking those 4 initiatives and those other 3 initiatives very closely would be an important piece of work in order to think about our 6-month metrics. And I talked way too long, but I didn't say anything until invited. Thank you.
Okay. Who would like to go next? Okay, Vicki.
Most of my comments are in response to ideas that you had, but the Chief State School Officers have some staff there that are great implementation science folks. We talked about that a little bit, but what they do extraordinarily well is they facilitate people to say for example, the year 2020, what will education look like in Oregon? In other words, will we have achieved our equity goals? Will our kids be reading at 3rd grade? Will we eliminate those barriers? I mean, it gets crystal clear. You're saying it like back mapping, but it's crystal clear when I say in the year 2020 in Oregon, education will look like this. And it really helps you advance your plans along a timeline. And it's a great way to get your thinking on one page. The second thing is, and Yvonne, to your point, the legislature about 8 years ago came up with board benchmarks, which are actually not bad to measure your own work. And I still have those. I'll send them to Nancy. But it's your gauge against what you want to get done as a board, as opposed to what you want staff and partner agencies to do. And then the final thing is around getting some value and identifying value, the role of advisors, clarifying and identifying our relationship and the partnership role with you, and what our responsibilities are to assist you to achieve your plans. So if we treat the targets like 3rd grade reading, like we used to treat our progress board benchmarks, we would tell you, what is TSPC doing for 3rd grade reading? Right? I mean, are we doing anything around teacher preparation and testing and this sort of thing? And well, as much as those benchmarks are sometimes difficult to get your arms around, in this particular case, we're all pointed toward one target in education, and we all have something to contribute. And then we can continue to report on that, which will help you with your idea of metrics, and it gives a more complete picture. So those are pretty much my thoughts.
Okay, Gerald?
Well, and I won't claim to be articulate that Rob has, but I think clearly, the investment in community colleges is yet to get as well. I'm talking to college today that is hiring 2 math instructors, 2 brand new math instructors, and those of you that have been around community college understand math is the gateway. I mean, that is the gateway to an associate degree, Math 111, and that series. So I think we're seeing an investment in quality instruction in the colleges as well. I think that the conversation around reviewing of compacts is really critical. The ongoing review of compacts, and as that moves forward, and I know that's beyond 6 months, but are the compacts making sense? Are they getting completed and all of that? And then finally, I would just talk about what I continue to talk about, and having been in the K-12 and the community colleges, the transition points. As you look at those points, those are really critical points as you move forward. From a college that was offering 35% of our money was going to developmental education. So, we have to look at how do we transition students, how do we improve those transition points, how do we move students through the system and not have to go backwards at times. So with that.
Thank you. So we'll go to Hilda and Whitney and then Doris and back around here.
Well, I was delighted to hear the communication is recognized as a top priority, because I think that when you go out, it really is sometimes a Rorschach test.
Can we just get a microphone to Hilda? Thank you.
I was heartened to hear the emphasis on communication, because internally we are recognizing that that's a great need, and we're delighted that it's a high priority for our hire in our office, because if people don't know what we're trying to achieve, it's very easy to point in different directions and not get the right understanding and common understanding. I think the other piece of this is that I sort of saw this first year as a emphasis on K-12, and that was really important to do. I think that we're now positioning ourselves to be really ready to bring post-secondary into that conversation. And I know this year there were a lot of other things swirling that kind of sometimes perhaps took center stage. But I think the call to our partners in post-secondary education, community colleges, and four-year institutions is a timely point in bringing them to the Regional Achievement Compact discussions. And to also, we're working hard to try to find ways to complement their skill sets and the resources that they bring and the capacity they bring to the other elements that are in those strategic investments. And I think we've got to find some ways to message that and to really engage and invite people and get them excited about that as well.
So like Hilda, I was happy to hear the input from the board. It's so incredibly helpful, and I think a lot of it is aligned with what we've been thinking internally as well. The need to really get our policy and research staff up and running to be able to help do the things like analyze the Achievement Compact data and do the mapping and sort of planning for 40-40-20, as well as the kind of policy research around best practice implementation that we can be much more helpful to you. I think we've got a little more capacity on that end. In addition, I thought that Nicole's comment earlier about the strategic investments and this being our opportunity to really do things differently. I think it's we've been working closely with OEIB on this, and it's really easy to fall into those institutional patterns and those sort of kind of bureaucratic patterns that we're all used to. And so having this sort of constant push and having this board really keeping its eye on transformation and the opportunity that we have to strategically invest in ways that create innovation and really do things differently is incredibly important. So,
thank you. Doris, we need to get a microphone to Doris.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity. I'm going to reiterate what colleagues and the board have already said about communication. And I want to emphasize that communication is everyone's responsibility. So it's not about isolation. It's about putting together a strategic approach to that communication. That doesn't mean that, for me, it means that people who are really excited about the initiatives moving forward, it doesn't matter the audience. Because you're a person of color does not mean that you necessarily stand up with people of color. It has to be a united effort. We all have to go out and be excited about the communication piece. So that I would hope the board would keep in mind. I was really excited about the courage that it's going to take to do the strategic investment. When the governor talked about every child being successful, it takes a lot of courage for us to go out into our communities. And so it's not only our communities of color that need to be with the communication, it's going to be the state of Oregon. And it's going to take all of us going out and doing that. So the connection for equity is important for me. The other piece that I didn't hear a lot of, although Julia mentioned a bit, is student voice. And I think that we forget that students have great opinions, that they can be a part of this conversation, and I'd love to look at ways that they can be included more in the conversation. I would also encourage the board to celebrate. There have been some good inroads. There have been increases in some areas of achievement, and so it's easy to get weighted down with negative. But think about the good things that are happening in the state and ways to communicate that throughout the state. And the other thing is not to confuse equity and equality. I hear that interchange all the time. And if we're really talking about equity, let's talk about equity. And then there's intentionality in the alignment and the transitions, so that when we're making the connections between early childhood into our K-12 system, into our post-secondary system, that there's an intentionality about how that alignment works in order for students to be successful.
Thank you. So Karen, I think we're back to you.
Thanks. I'm Karen Marichel, sitting in for Chancellor Rose today, and I just have one thing to add. I appreciate the conversation about achievement compacts, and it will be particularly important to link those to 40-40-20. They're data that we provide that's 1 year out, so it's not a long range, but it should be a benchmark to something further down the road. And what I would hope that this board would be able to do is to link the investments necessary to get to particular benchmark points on the achievement compacts in 40-40-20. And that's one thing I didn't hear a lot of discussion about, was where should those investments go to get to where we need to be.
Thank you. Okay, that was helpful. Well, I think we have plenty of information. It's exciting, and I feel confident we can put it together and bring it back to you next time. I think I'd like to propose a little modification to the plan. I would like to talk about, so what's the board's role? And the board's role is something we've been thinking about a lot at this meeting. And then I would like to postpone what should the subcommittees do until we bring you back the plan, and it's a whole lot clearer of what we're doing. So then I think it would be very easy at the next meeting to get clear about that. So with that, can we talk a little bit about, so here's the strategic plan, here's some outcomes for us for 6 months, back mapping from 2015, what's the board's role? So to get people's feelings on that would be great.
Yeah, let me meet you on that just for a second. I think every time we hear these comments on what we should be doing, I think we should always be aware of that without the assumption that downtown or outside of this board meeting, they don't know what the value is. So we always need to say in our second wind is why it's important for kids to read at third grade, or why it's important for this, because what that return on investment is for the community as a whole. I remember when Dick Alexander was on this board, I just ragged on him, and the chair, Dick, we're going to sit there and hum, on a rock, and you're going to play where the outcome's going to be. Of course, he died. It was real nice. Here I am. So, seriously, let's hit the cynics head on. What the value is what we're talking about here. And I think I think we are our responsibility, other than fiduciary responsibility, to be ambassadors. I don't know if I like that word or not, but to carry the message of what the governor said here at the signing. You could see his intensity and his passion for that. But there's value there of win-win-win. The old cliches, transformation of life, but also the economic value of it. We're on our butts in this state in some areas. And being 43rd or whatever it is just ticks me off. And so, and that's when I at the Kiwanis and the Chambers and all that. Guys I associate with, they're not 46 and nothing. They're number 1 or 2, at least they try to be. And so I think that type of passion and energy we really need to transfer to not spend much time on yesterday, to spend most of the time on tomorrow and doing that. I know it's kind of a rah-rah halftime speech and stuff, but it's not baloney. We're in serious business here on how we're going to lead this state in the next decade or so, and we as a board have responsibility for that. And if we don't, we have to take responsibility for not moving forward under the direction of the governor.
Actually, I think that's actually a really good point, because I think we tend to operate in the echo chamber. There's probably a whole lot of people in the state we assume understand why third grade reading is so important. It's obvious to us, but other people who have different priorities, different challenges in their lives, are focused somewhere else. And I think reminding them why we're doing this in very human terms, in pictures and stories that they can understand and appreciate, we're perfect. Each of us is in a perfect position do that, we've got another person doing here that we could hit a lot of groups that probably are taking this a little bit.
Yeah, that kind of gets back to that communication plan. So
Yeah.
the question is, what's the role of the board? You know, Nancy, you think about like with our own boards, we send them a Friday update with talking points and our staffs to message. We started off where Rudy would give us a Friday update, but it was also a Friday update with a lot of attachments. So maybe more concise with what are some key talking points, and then part of our communication plan, what's it's our role to go out there and use the word ambassadors. But going to the Rotary Club, my Rotary's a little different. It's a lot of hat, no cattle. But the reality is we could do a pretty good job of delivering messages if we had a consistent messaging that we really haven't at this point.
I also think in developing that message, however, that we have to be, as a board, really willing to be courageous to ask the critical questions about why something is happening or why something is not happening. And we need to do that in this public discourse so that everyone is hearing the information that we're reviewing.
Yvonne, could you just move the
I'm so
mic?
sorry. That we need to be willing to do it in this public forum, to have that kind of conversation about what's working and what's not working, and what we need to do to self-correct if it's not working. I also believe that, I just lost my point, but if you like, go ahead, I'll come back.
We'll catch you in a minute.
I'll come back.
Other thoughts about board's role, Julian?
So I should have mentioned this 6-month plan, but the board's role in management oversight of the chief education officer. So we are facing us in the next 6 months a decision around the permanent leadership of the role of the chief education officer. And I think if you look over the last 5 months, that's probably most of what people have heard about the OEIB. So I think we need to really take that role seriously. That it's not an automatic responsibility, that we have a framework and we have the full board's engagement in that process.
I know what the second point was during that critical analysis is to also be privy that there still are many questions about the structure of education in Oregon. And I know that we have made an agreement here that we're not going to go to the legislature to tinker with that much more over the next 2 years. But there's still questions that I get, and probably many of us, what is the role of the Board of Education? What is the role of the Board of Higher Education? What's the role of the UK? What's the role of OEIB? Part of that's communication, but we also need to ask ourselves, what are those roles? And whether or not it does help us do that and go in the right direction.
I just wanted to add, I just, thinking about your question, what is the board's role? I'm looking at this list again, and we've been talked about our authority on most of those categories where I feel like we tend to get wishy-washy are all the ones where it says our role is advisory. So in order for us to be advisory, we have to have some information to question about and respond to in order to have advice or recommendations to make. So it's making me think about what Rob said about the strategic plan and the measuring and coming back. I'm just wondering, between what's in the strategic plan, the achievement compact outcomes, and the strategic investments, as well as those transitions, in all of those areas, if there wouldn't be maybe a way to put together a schedule of regular reporting. And I get that on some of them, we only get the information once a year. But some of the things that you could report on, the things we're actually doing, not just the outcomes. I think if there was a way we kind of knew what the flow was and when we were going to get information about things. We meet really so rarely compared to how staff meet, obviously, around these things every day. Maybe even at the committee level, we could have some responsibilities, depending on the responsibility of that committee, to delve down into some deeper questions and issues about being courageous about some of those questions about barriers. We don't always have the time to have the conversation now, but let's say, for example, there was a schedule that had on some of those strategic investments time to come to the best practices panel where we could ask those specific questions. Where are the barriers? What are people running into? How can we help? And then if we're all in different committees, we can bring back recommendations to the whole board about here's where we're seeing our places where we could leverage our authority or advisory capacity to move that along. So again, I think it's about that link. But the only way we're going to really fulfill our role of advisory is when we have information.
Yeah, Hannah, and then go ahead, Ron, go Hannah.
I think the role of the board is to understand the realities in our schools, in our K-12 and our community colleges, so that we can make sure that we're giving our best advice and advising together in a way that we can actually move forward. 40-40-20 by 2025, the kindergartners last year are that class, and we had kindergartners in class of 32 that weren't having access to PE, music, the arts, anything. They didn't have an instructional assistant in their room. So those learning conditions, and I think we have an opportunity through the TEL survey that's been talked about with the department and OEA, COSA, and we talked with the governor implementing the TEL survey to actually understand what the learning conditions are. Because if you want to have success, you should look at the conditions in which your students in. I hope we can have that conversation.
Ron?
Well, I think, I was surprised, and I think other people were by, all the categories saying advisory out here today to talk about that, where we really have little actual authority to do anything other than to advise. And so to me, what goes with that, with authority always goes responsibility. If we're not the ones that have the authority to do anything, then we're not the ones that are going to be responsible. So you get to the question, well, who is? And so, for instance, to me, with the achievement compacts, my understanding initially was that we were putting our name to them, and we were the ones that would have some role in helping education providers accomplish what they were promising to accomplish, and we would have some ability to hold them accountable. But it's where we don't. And so then to me the question, well, who does? Because it would be a real problem if there's any category here where there isn't somebody who's responsible. And so maybe that's the chief education officer. Maybe it's one of these other boards we've heard about. But I really think what to me comes out of this, it's a 6-month thing, it's also authorities. I really think we need a clear mapping of what is it that, the governor is ultimately responsible for all these things, and we are advisors to the governor. Wonderful. The governor needs advisors, we can be the advisors. If it's the chief education officer who's responsible, let's understand that. If it's HEC and Board of Education and so forth. But to me, the eye openers, it's mostly not us. And so let's understand who has the ultimate responsibility so we know who we're advising. And I understand we have all the tools of, publicity and advice and, stature or whatever. But I still come down to, I really want a mapping of each of the things that we're trying to accomplish. Where's the buck stop? And who are we advising? That's my...
Thank you, that's helpful. Anything else? Okay, well, I think that gives us a few things to get going on. No, I think it's very exciting and doable. I really do think it's doable. So we'll get working on that. I'm really looking forward to the next meeting so that we can bring this back to you and also hear from our partners in CCO. So with that, should we just we're going to have our partners from early learning come in about 15 minutes. Should we take a 15-minute break? I think it would be a good time to take a break. And we're very excited. Oh, here we go. All right. So this is great. Well, just give us a few minutes. Why don't we try to informally connect with the people in the early learning and then pick this up. Are they all here? You want to get started early? What'd you say? Okay, 5 minutes and we'll pull back together, okay?
Okay, we're kind of in the stretch run of our marathon meeting today, but this is kind of an exciting one too, that we get to do a joint meeting between OEIB and ELC. So if we could just, where are you now?
I'm here.
Okay. When I look at this table, why don't we just do probably the easiest way, if you could just introduce yourself, maybe what your position is and what particular agency that you're from, that would be great. I will just remind you that these microphones are now stretched about as far as they can go. So if you try moving them too much, they may be pulling away from themselves. So I just wanted to remind you that we're pretty stretched with how big a configuration we now have. So if we could go ahead, how about we start right down at the end of the table and introductions.
I am Kim Williams. I was North Central ESD for Education, where I served Dillon, Muir, and Sherman County, delivering Head Start and Public Services.
Jim Terry, Executive Director of Community Action Team, and Anti-Poverty Program, 3 counties.
Hi, I'm Dana Hernani. I'm a pediatrician. I serve as the Child Health Director for the Oregon Health Authority. Hi, I'm Terry Tolliver. I'm the Director of North Central Public Health District, the only multi-county public health district in Oregon. We serve Wasco, Sherman, and Gillette counties.
I'm Bobby Weber. I do child and family research at Oregon State University.
Norm Smith, a lawyer from Roseburg, more recently of the Ford Family Foundation, and most recently a senior fellow at the Murdoch Trust.
I'm Ron Saxon, Deputy Superintendent of Instruction, and I am on the Learning Council.
I'm John Ruby, Early Learning System Director. I'm Kate Turan, member of the OEIB.
Yvonne Curtis, OEIB.
Hannah Manry, elementary PE teacher, OEA president, and member of the OEIB.
I'm Chuck McGee, I'm the head of the Black Parents Initiative.
We're starting already.
He's my adopted son. He rides with me everywhere when we go out of town.
I was kind of hoping we just slide by. I'm Mark Mulvihill. I'm the superintendent of Mountain ESD and also OEIB member.
I'm Nancy Golden. I'm interim chief education officer. I'm just thrilled that the Early Learning Council group is here today.
Julia Edwards with Nike, OEIB board member, and former PPS school board member.
Nicole Maher, and I serve as the president of Northwest Health Foundation, and we have one of our funding priorities is around healthy beginnings. And I also am on OEIB, and I'm a parent of a almost 3-month-old, 3-year-old, and 4-year-old, and I brought him to the meeting yesterday and referred to him as my own Head Start classroom.
Missing in action now, though.
Yeah, Ron Saxon, I think that kid's ours man. OEIB.
David Reeves, I'm an instructor at Portland Community College, and I'm president of American Federation of Teachers, Oregon.
Whitney Gross, policy advisor for the OEIB.
I'm Vicki Chamberlain. I'm the executive director of the Teacher Standards and Practices Commission.
Hi, Gerald Hamilton, interim executive director, CCWD.
That's good. Loud. Lynn Saxton, Executive Director of Youth Villages, Early Learning Council, and one of Nicole Maher's oldest babysitters.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Kim Curtis, Chair of the Early Learning Council, and in my day job, I'm the Director of the Center for Evidence-Based Policy at OHSU.
Hello, Vicki Bishop from the Confederated Church of Fairlawn, and I'm the Early Childhood Education Manager.
Hello, I'm Krista Root, Head Start Collaboration Director with the Early Learning Division.
Charles McGee with the Black Parent Initiative for Early Learning Council.
Harry DeVere, Portland Public Schools.
Great. Ken, turn it over to you.
All right, great. Well, thanks so much for inviting us to be part of this meeting. We've been looking forward to it for a number of months. I think we were hoping to start off by providing you with just a brief update. Duke McNell and I were before you several months ago to give you a bit of an update about the work of the Early Learning Council, but a lot has happened since the last time that we met. And so I think we were hoping that we'd spend just a few moments bring you up to speed very quickly. We can go into any amount of depth that you actually want to go into, but a lot is going on in the early learning world right now, and we think it's helpful for you to have just sort of that broad look. And then I think Whitney was going to provide us a little bit of an update about the strategic planning items for the OEIB that might dovetail well with some of these initiatives for the Early Learning Council. And then we'll go into how we want to work together, and are there specific pieces of work that we want to take on together. So I'm going to turn it over to Jada to do the update about what we've done too.
Thank you very much, OEIB members and council members. What I'd like to do is point out to you on the table is we have given you some literature to do, but what I'd like to do is direct you up to the screen, and you'll see lots of great pictures of young children on our literature as we do this. But what this is our shared goal. And this is a young man who graduated from high school as well as graduated from college within 6 weeks period of time. And he is the first in his family, and he is headed to Yale. And I think that that is exactly why we all sit around this table, is to figure out a way that many children, first in their family ever, are going to school, not only graduating successfully from high school, but going on to look at that 40-40-20. So I wanted to make sure that you saw REMIC as we looked at how we have our shared goals today. In the packet, one of the things that you're going to see is, okay, so let's go to the next one. Investing in early childhood. And the reason I'm going to use these slides today is, here's another example, is this is a young student working with Megan from Portland State. And he's an incredibly talented young man to be able to do these. And these are going to be slides that we are going to put up on our website as we're rolling out our hub system for communities to be able to use. It will be in information, not in slides, so it's going to be in much more high technology to look at that. But as you look at that, we're going to talk a little bit about investing in early childhood and the redesign that is coming forward that we all call hubs. The council efforts have been working on that, and one of the things that I want to share with you is hubs are not an initiative, it really is a redesign of the system and the way we look forward from there. The current system, you've seen this many, many times. It's very complex in terms of communities are full of dedicated professionals and parents who want all their children to get what they need early on. So you look and you've got homes, you've got preschools, you've got healthcare, you've got assistance, you've got childcare, you've got screening, respite, home visiting services. And so there's a lot of things going on in those young families' lives that hasn't had that coordinated approach. When we think about the K-12 system and the university systems, we understand there are buildings, there are campuses, and there are systems to do that. And the one that the early learning system is really difficult to define. So we're looking at how we organize ourselves with a system approach to early childhood education to look at both the efficiency and the outcomes. And I understand earlier some of the discussion was about being able to measure those outcomes as we move forward. And the early learning hubs. We had an exciting event yesterday. It's 2 years culmination of basically putting a summit together that we thought would be 100 to 150 people in a technical assistance. We ended up with 375 people at our conference, and that was the result of 19 communities sending in letters of interest to be able to move forward to be a hub. Now, our tongue-in-cheek comment was, how many of those are going to be in the first round of up to 7 hubs, and how many said they're going to wait and go the second 9? And all 19 letters say they're going to go first. So I think what you know is there is an excitement, probably not to be left out, but also to move forward to be able to partner with people who we have typically not done. These are the areas that are required in the statute. So you have the business community, you have K-12 public schools, you have early learning providers, social services, healthcare, and families in those early learning hubs. And if you look down below, there are 3 intended outcomes of this redesign. One is to look at stable and attached families. The other is to look at readiness for kindergarten. And the third piece is that more efficient coordinated approach to system. So as we talk about hubs, what you'll see is we're going to look at finding those children who need the help the most, working with those families to identify needs. And again, in the old system, we were always looking at systems and programs and different funding streams. And to link those families with the service that best addresses their needs. And collectively accounting for those outcomes and the cost. Working across the traditional programs and boundaries to achieve that collective community accountability. So those are the primary goals that we're looking at to work with our hubs to be able to do that. These are the kinds of things that the communities heard yesterday. We had collective impact. We had designs for outcomes. We talked about community comprehensive budgets. So as we all know, is close to $2 billion go into services for kids and families for the 6. Not all of those are in the early learning division, but those include all the health, all the social services, as well as the educational services for kids. So as you know, we need to look at those outcomes differently. I'm going to review the problem. How many times have we seen this over the time? Is every year 45,000 children are born and half of them are born poor. We look at 40% of those children also come to school prepared for kindergarten as they begin that journey that should be a joy moving forward. We also know that 32% of the high school students don't graduate, and then as you look at the third grade reading, we still have those same issues as 41% are reading below grade level. So those are the problems that we've been addressing in the hubs, and those are the kinds of things that we hope to see with those applications. I just wanted to do a real quick add to this is that we have kindergarten assessment that started out as part of the connection to the K-12 system that the Early Learning Council basically, and this is one of the partnerships that I have with my colleague sitting next to me, is the kindergarten readiness was a pilot that happened last year, and 1,200 kids were in the pilot and schools. This year, starting this fall, every kindergarten will receive the kindergarten readiness, and that really is an example of the fact that we started with the pilot at the council level, and the Department of Education with their infrastructure and help said, let's move it forward, and that's where it's going. So this fall, we have our baseline data of every kindergartner in the state of Oregon will have this test looking at that. I want to talk about it. It's not a high stakes test because I also want to make sure that you know that there's a little bit of literacy, a little bit of numeracy. There also is that executive function about how kids are they ready to be in a classroom to participate with their peers. It's really short, about 17 minutes with some teacher observations to be able to look at that. So as we look this year with our baseline, next fall we'll be able to look at both the look forward as we move into third grade, but more importantly for us, that look back in terms of what is it that the communities need to do differently to make kids more ready. We also have the Race to the Top grant that we just received a supplemental approach to, a supplemental funding to. And what I wanted to talk about that is this fits in a lot with some of the national work that you hear from President Obama from the very beginning of what he has talked about from his work with early learning. And this was just a poll that I thought you might want to see. And what it shows is American voters, there were 800 voters to look at that, and the number one priority for those voters was the fact that they were looking at increased jobs and economic growth. And then if you look at the next two, it's all about education. It really is. It's about early education with a strong start and improving the quality of our public schools. And then to secure our borders is last, thank goodness. So we know that education is important to be able to look at that. So that's kind of the overview that I wanted to make sure that you had. We do have some initiatives at the that Whitney talked about earlier. We have the strategic initiatives that the council will be looking at early learning grants to be able to work with providers in terms of reducing the achievement gap. And then the second thing that Winnie and I will be working with a group of stakeholders is how to develop out a $4 million kindergarten innovation fund that the legislature has to. So there is my update. Anything you want to add to that, Chair Curtis?
Okay, so let's see if there are questions. That was a quick update. We've been up to a lot, and we anticipate naming the initial somewhere between 0 and 7 early learning hubs, kind of the first wave in late fall, November or so. Questions about what we've been up to? Council members, anything that we should add? Oh, I'm sorry. And I'm sorry.
I have a question. With the kindergarten readiness assessment being implemented, you said 17 minutes for each student to do that. And is there a plan that's been rolled out that gives direction to districts how to implement that, how educators will actually have time to do that, or is it just you need to have this done, make your plan?
There is an assistance plan, but I'll defer to Rob and Jada to describe what that is.
So there is a training plan, training module about how to do that, so to make sure that the assessment is delivered in a standardized fashion, so that the results are ones that we can rely on. As far as how to create the time in order to cause that to happen, that's up to the individual school district. There really isn't anything I think that the Department of Education can do that would create the time at a school to cause that to happen. So one of the things I would say, though, I think that this has been a dream actually in the state of Oregon for a long time. I don't know how long it's been. I'm sure that Chair Curtis could speak to how long we have wanted to have kindergarten readiness assessment and have the results of that and be able to utilize those to think about how to make sure that we're being as effective as possible with our youngest children. And I don't think that that's possible without the coordination that has come through a K through 20 system and with the oversight of OEIB and the combination of the Early Learning Division and the Oregon Department of Education. So I do want to make that point. I think it's something that has not been achievable previously, and yet we've been able to achieve it in a relatively short time period now that we're thinking about how to put this stuff together in different ways. Chair Curtis, thank you.
Yeah, so just as a point of clarification, we actually Oregon did have a kindergarten readiness assessment at one point in its history. It was during the period of time when the Progress Board existed. And largely, to really address some of the issues that Rob mentioned, that instrument and that process was not considered to be a reliable or valid process. And so it was sunsetted with the anticipation that there would be something that would take its place. So in the intervening years, there was the Department of Education created a study section to study different models of kindergarten readiness and assessments that were happening around the country. And then the Early Learning Council was created, and that sort of following through with that was put into our charge. So we've done that. I think we feel proud of what's happened so far. I think we've tried with earnest to hear from the pilot sites, teachers in schools and school districts about what worked well and what didn't, and to make those adjustments. And I know that we'll learn more as we have broader implementation.
And I think there was a comment this morning during public testimony that said that educators weren't involved, and I know that not to be the case, because we did have kindergarten teachers who helped create it. While there's not agreement that this particular components are all the right components, it did have a lot of input. But I really appreciate all of the time and energies that went into creating this. And I would say the most important part is implementing it properly, and if it is not done in a way where the educators understand and have the time to do it, it will not be effective for our students. So I would just ask that you reach out again and make sure, because we had a kindergarten teacher last week tell me I was supposed to implement this, I've never seen it, I don't know when I'm getting training and all of that, and they start school next week. So example, lots of people out there.
I hope it's more of an isolated example. We'll keep our fingers crossed about that kind of. And I think when we get to a little bit later in the agenda that we have jointly together, I think the Early Learning Council is hoping to talk about those points of transition. We had conversation in our meeting earlier today about, our charge is really 0 to 6, and 6 is that place where we transition with you. And I think we tried really hard. I know it probably wasn't perfect, but we tried really hard to adopt an assessment approach that would allow it to be provide good information information for teachers in terms of formative assessment for those kids, but also then allow us as an early learning council to look back and say, for which kids did which sorts of early learning supports make the most difference, and in what different sort of configurations. So we were trying to do backwards and forward and look at the same time. We'll see how that goes. But
Yvonne, you had a comment?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the comments that are made about making sure that this is done, appropriately and the results are reliable. I would hope that the feedback that you've gotten is because school districts haven't had their in-service week yet. I know that there are lots of plans in school districts and on the part of the department that during in-service week that kindergarten teachers will get some support and training around implementation of the assessment. Most school districts, I think, are about 2 weeks away. So this week and then the next week, they're in service. And so I'll be stepping up and making sure that the training is ongoing during that time. And my hope would be that that's done very well, if that's the intent, during the in-service week once folks are back at work. So,
Yeah, Rob, I know a lot of districts have planned in the spring, even though they haven't had that training, as far as what their procedure was going to be. Many of them were in the spring working on that.
I was just going to offer an example from our district and why I think it's important to leave the implementation at the district level. Again, it's that tight and loose example of tight and loose. And that was, and I'm trying to think about whether our kindergarten teachers know yet, because they haven't yet arrived back for professional development. But I do know it's one of those great opportunities for us to look at our current practice and say, almost every kindergarten teacher I know, and I started as one, has always done kindergarten assessments and profiles of students. And in some of our schools, our teachers go to home visits to do those, and in some of the schools, the parents have said they prefer to come to school. So I think having the flexibility to decide what was right for our community, even in our district, which is kind of small, we have 6 K-4 elementary schools. We have some of the schools where they've decided we're all going to the homes to visit, and in other schools they're going to give teachers the choices, and we really appreciated that flexibility. But we do have a district plan, and that's going to be rolled out at the professional development time. The other thing that allowed us to do is we had some schools that started school on the first day when all the rest of the kids did, and some schools where they left time to do those home visits. And now we've had a conversation about would it make sense to do things systemically, start on the same day, how does that better serve our community? So not only on how to do the assessments, but on how and where they might be administered, but then what do we do in terms of structure in the schedule we have a plan for, but we probably will modify that after our teachers administer the assessments, and then we have a chance to see how that works.
So Rob, this is a question for you. So once the readiness assessment has been done in the kindergarten, is it your staff's responsibility to provide support to the districts on various interventions, or is it just the school district or an individual school's responsibility? So once we have the information,
right,
who's providing the support from there?
So, right. The short answer to your question is it was up to the individual district then to supply that. And so I know that the different districts will go about that in different ways, but districts are going to get those results, and or individual teachers will have those results, and then it would be they're thinking about how to move the child forward based on what they have. And really, again, it's a twofold effort here. One is to be able to say to communities, this is how your children arrived at kindergarten, and let's take a look at what happened over their time from really birth until that arrival, and how that might be modified depending on where we see, what kind of results we see in different communities and so forth. But then it's also a move forward. So as a kindergarten teacher, I now have a standardized assessment that says this is where the children are in my class, and this is where this individual child is. Now let's think about how to move that child forward in the most effective way. And so districts and schools, hopefully districts, are going to have plans about these are what the results say, and this is then what I will do with that child in order to help them be most successful. And so there's lots of different ways to get at that. A lot of districts will have a decision matrix based on what the score looks like. This is what it says, here's what we do next.
I really see this as a hub activity in the future as well, to provide
The other thing I wanted to let you know is that we're going to get these results back, and it'll be the first time that we've done this across the state. And it's going to take a little bit of time for us to take those results. At the individual schools, we'll get the results right away, the teacher will get the results. For us at the state level to say this is what they need, it's going to take us a little while to do the work to generate that, and this is what it means sort of in aggregate, or for your school or for your community. So that will take a couple of months for us to do that work, and I just want to make sure people know that.
The other thing that we've done jointly is we've applied to be part of an eight-state consortium that they're looking at tying in more closely with the Common Core standards, also with the Smarter Balance, and looking at formative assessment that would happen at the end of kindergarten, the end of first grade. And we all know that we, as educators, know which kids are not reading in kindergarten or first grade or second grade, so it should not be a surprise to us that third grade when kids are not reading at grade level. So we're hoping that we'll be able to be part of an eight-state consortium to move this forward into the third grade too.
Do you have any other questions for Jada at this time? We're going to move on to Go.
I'm just curious if there is thinking and planning at this point that, once this test is implemented, and if there is any evidence of disparities or assessment bias, and I suspect there will be, because I know our kindergarten workforce does not reflect our students, and we have a lot of opportunity for improvement in providing support to those instructors on cultural responsiveness. So I would suspect there may be some bias and some evidence of that if I was placing a bet. And so I would hope that at this time there's already plans in place to either pre-mitigate that or to address it when it occurs. I'd love to hear a little bit more about that.
Nicole, actually, that was part of the conversation the council had earlier as we looked at adoption of rules for the hubs. And basically what we want to make sure is addresses those historically underserved kids and families, and how we would look at doing that, as well as probably redefining what at-risk means that's always in the statute as we move forward. So I know we're going to do that at the early learning element. And then I know that in some of our workforce goals that what we have is how to look at workforce that reflects the communities that they serve. So there are two goals that we're looking at. I know that Whitney's got probably a little bit more information on that one too, as well as Doris.
So that's a good segue, Whitney. You're going to give us a brief overview of the strategic plan, which I will remind OEIB board members you have in front of you, that are most key areas that are aligned with the work of the ELC.
Again, I'm Whitney Grubbs, Policy Advisor for the OEIB. And I just want to give kind of a quick framing that will then help, as Pam, Chair Curtis, leads you into the next section, which is a kind of a shared conversation. Obviously, we don't have enough time today to talk about all of the different overlapping priorities that the two boards are responsible for, but I will just give you a sort of high-level view and some of the most, I think, key areas, and then you can move forward to sort of shape your conversation based on that. So something that's been mentioned and that the OEIB spent a lot of time talking about this morning is really that idea of the OEIB as a manager of the transition points. And so obviously the relevant transition here is, you think of it as the transition into kindergarten, but JADA and the ELC, I think, have talked about it more broadly as well. It's really that transition from age 3 up into third grade, right? It's a whole body of that whole body of years that we're talking about, managing that transition, and that's a shared kind of point of interest and responsibility for the two boards. I would say there's also shared interest and responsibility around some of the initiatives that we just passed in House Bill 3232 and House Bill 3233. So 3232 contains the early reading initiative, and that is a place where, as with all of the strategic investments, the OEIB is really charged with the high-level vision, sort of focusing on what outcomes we're trying to get from those investments, focusing on what are our guiding principles, what does the accountability look like for these investments,
And then the ELC on most of the early reading investments will actually be the body that is administering the funds. Rob and the state board, OEIB, will be administering some of the funds, response to intervention scale. I was thinking of that when you asked the question, because I think we do have a plan in place to provide more and more districts with the right kind of tools to do the work of intervening with students who are not successful. But it's all sort of part of this package of strategically investing in places that are ready to do the work. But so that early reading initiative is a point of shared responsibility. The Network for Quality Teaching and Learning. We don't have a significant amount of money in the network for early educator professional development, but we do have some. And I think more than that, we have a real shared commitment between OEIB, ODE, and Early Learning Division about the Quality Teaching and Learning Network moving that direction and really being about supporting quality teaching, whether you're talking about quality teaching in a preschool classroom or whether you're talking about it in a community college classroom. So we really want to begin to broaden that. And I think that professional development, quality teaching, quality environments piece is a shared interest of OEIB and ELC. Another place is really this idea of equity and engaging families and communities. I think we've really barely scratched the surface of how we take the equity lens and really implement and put it into action. How do we have a real comprehensive English language learner plan that starts with the early learners? How are we making sure that those achievement gap issues are addressed and that those learnings are carried through both systems? As was mentioned already, obviously the kindergarten readiness assessment represents the body of work of standards and assessment and the need for OEIB and ELC to really work together on getting those pieces right. I just got an email today. I'm the mother of a daughter who's going into kindergarten, and on next Tuesday we have our kindergarten assessment, so I'll let you know. And then the data system, obviously, is another shared point, and I think Dina and Rob have co-convened a steering committee on the data system, and I think that is going to be really useful because that is work that is vital, imminent, and needs kind of ongoing collaboration between ELC and OEIB. And I think that is another piece that's sort of a crucial point on our strategic plan, and that overlaps.
So I think what we wanted to do now is to spend a bit of time talking with each other about what some of those areas might be of shared interest and to do a bit of prioritization and see if we can drill down on at least one or two of them. So before we get to the drill down piece, is there any reaction? I heard Whitney suggest that there are at least 4 or 5 potential areas of drill down and work together, and there may be more. Those that I heard were transition into the transition point of kindergarten and the kindergarten readiness assessment as a tool or a point of data that can help us with that conversation. The early reading initiative, the network for quality teaching and learning or professional development, which is a priority of the ELC as well, the equity piece, and then the data system. So OEIB members, council members, other areas just that you may want to throw up for consideration. Mark?
I'd really be curious to hear where your wraparound and our ability to pull all agencies support into our kids in need.
Okay. Other areas?
I mean, I feel like the equity piece is so important. I mean, I just hear time and time again as an OEIB member, the most common concern I get is actually concerns about inequalities in early childhood. And also how that relates to lack of support services and how that leads to overrepresentation in IEPs later on. So I think that whole...
You want to second that and really emphasize that as a piece of focusing. Okay. So I think what we want to do is just sort of get a list going, talk about what might be 1 or 2 areas where we want to drill down, and then we can talk about what that looks like and how we communicate with each other.
I'm sorry, I realized I forgot one that I had written down. It was one that was really prominent in this morning's conversation. It's really the just conversation about communication, shared messages, building excitement, and really aligning how it is we talk about the work we're doing.
I guess, just to help facilitate the conversation, are we looking at kind of a 30,000 foot level? Or, to use Ron's, is this a macro or micro? I think just defining that at the start, there's not a wrong answer.
Yeah.
But I think that defining that may help people focus.
Yeah, that's helpful. So I think, so Nancy and Whitney, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, but my sense of that, Mark, is that what we want to start at is that more macro level to identify areas. We really want to work together. I mean, you know a bit about us, we know a bit about you, and to use the analogy that Whitney used with me on the break, you're standing in your lane, we're standing in ours, but we share that place in the middle. Right, so to define where we want to start that relationship and how we want to communicate with each other, I think we're staying macro, but eventually we do want to drill down. Is that fair, Nancy?
So does that help the group maybe identify if we're staying at that 30,000 foot level for today? You've heard a list of 6 or 7 topics. What would be the ones we want to tackle for today?
What's the model of other states that are doing the same thing? I mean, how about those guys that are in the top 10? I don't know. I mean, are we the group to be telling us how to be doing this since we're not in the top 10 and we're in the bottom 40? So not to be, is there a model here that would be entrepreneurial?
My thoughts kind of related to that is what's the dream? I know just in conversations about how certain areas are already creating the beginnings or maybe are along the way. So really, if we would envision this as the best possibility for our children, what would it look like? And maybe that would be helpful there too.
Okay. Well, so why don't we start there with, if we have this best possible system, best innovative system, we've named 6 or 7, as Mark and Whitney identified, we've named 6 or 7 potential areas of crossover in that, but it really was seamless. What would it look like?
I envision it from the family. I envision it from prenatal. And I used to say P20 as birth, and I was corrected rather harshly several times, so it's now prenatal.
We just had that conversation.
I'm sure you did. But if you ask me what my dream is that every parent in Oregon, from prenatal on, clearly understood what's available for their child to be successful.
And successful in school? Successful in...
Yeah, I know. And I would say the health indicators, social development, more than just education. To me, the hubs are much more than just education.
So, and I don't know where this fits with that concept, but one of the things that I think we have to focus on is a short list and a simple engineering model. Because what we have the ability to do in Oregon is make things inordinately complex, to have 100 goals as opposed to 3, and then to process it until we expire. And so to me, part of a key element in our work together is that we have to collectively agree to simple, or that's an overused word. What are our focal points? What are we going to set aside and hope it happens later? But, and the metrics around, let's be in the top quartile to start. That's a very simple, measurable goal. Let's be in the top quartile. And we know there are lots of things that have to be done to get in the top quartile. But if we collectively agree that the top quartile within a certain period of time is the goal we want, that's measurable. That's attainable. And I don't think we can have 150 goals. I don't think you're in the 47th or the 42nd or whatever we want. You have to simplify it, you have to engineer it better, and you have to be really clear about we're just not going to deal with these things till we get these things done or prioritize our focus. I think that's a shared requirement for us.
Other thoughts or reactions?
It seems to me the most obvious shared work.
Use the microphone.
Oh, sorry. So it seems to me the most obvious shared work is that transition point. And really sort of what feeds into it, and both systems, so the K-12 system sending information back into the prenatal K system, and then also pushing information up and really working on that connection. That seems like to me just the most obvious place where we have sort of both shared accountabilities, shared resources, and also I think the data shows is probably the most important sort of handoff or way that we can integrate the work to help students.
So can I suggest that based on some of the conversation that's happened so far, that maybe it's not a transition point, but it's more a transition zone, right? The K-3 transition zone. The Early Learning Council thinks about themselves as the bridge between healthcare, because that's really where the P shows up, at least in our state system so far, and education, which is where you all have this in the K-12 system and beyond. So we think of ourselves as the bridge between the two. We want to provide a really strong, structurally strong, and otherwise strong bridge. But it really isn't K. It's really, I mean, we're doing it for the purpose of third grade reading and creating that strong foundation. So maybe it's a zone. Interested in reactions to that. Norm said yes.
Well, I was going to react not only to the zone, it's more on a general, bigger sense, and that is what I'm really interested in learning about in our collaboration is when we think about our earlier conversation about our role as advisory between the transitions. I think what you all can help us understand is what should we be looking at. So if you say it's a zone, I believe you. You know more about that than I do. Even though I started as a kindergarten teacher, I know there's a lot I don't know yet about what happens before then that I need to know as an educator. The other thing would be is I would hope you would help teach us what are those points we need to be paying attention to. So if our role is to be advisory, so we can advise across the early prenatal system what to do, we probably don't need to know all the details, but you probably already have in your mind what we ought to be paying attention to and where we can be most helpful in your work as a bridge.
Can I react to the zone?
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure, it depends on how the zone is going to be defined. Because I am not going to look to the Early Learning Council for the hubs if kids are in a benchmark at third grade. And I think we just have to be careful about how widely we define that, because I'm going to be looking at Rob and the individual school districts and the school, the infrastructure there as so what sort of accountability, what kind of supports. So I think I'd want the zone to be a little tighter. It's a pass off of continuing, built a good foundation, continue to support is how I think about it, but I'm not going to be, at a certain point, it's going to be, I don't think, the school system's responsibility and providing the supports and the integration for third grade reading.
I think that's right, but let me just say that I think, and so council members correct me if I'm wrong, Terry, we'll go to you next, and Mark. But I think, to push back a bit, Julia, if we don't do a good job, to Nicole's point, at preparing kids to enter kindergarten, it's going to be exponentially more difficult for them to reach those third grade reading benchmarks. Right?
I absolutely agree. It's just I think at a certain point the primary, the kids are going to be provided services primarily by the school district. So what I want to be careful of is that we don't get a system you look at any place so transition among the levels, and at a certain point, if at the university level kids aren't progressing towards a degree, I can't hold the high schools accountable. I mean, there's this, so.
There's a trade.
Right.
Terry, I respectfully have to push back as well. I think that the research
that we know now, it's very clear that preconception help before the parents ever conceive that child, those first 1,000 days, Dick would know, his favorite thing. There is so much to be done in that 5 years that we really can't expect the school districts, if the kid arrives really not ready at kindergarten, I can't expect the school districts to turn it around by themselves at 3rd grade. There is so much work to do in those first 5 years that I think we really need. I do really see it as a zone, and that our piece is to make sure that the health of the child and the development of the child cannot be separated from their educational potential, especially in that 0 to 5, and that we quit siloing children into their health and their education and their development, and we see them on a continuum.
So Mark and then David and Nicole.
Yeah, 'cause
No, okay, David and Nicole.
Yeah, it was my understanding, as the research backed that up, that even past 3rd grade, all through the child's development as a young adult was, a lot of it hinged on early care. And I thought that's why we were putting the emphasis on that. Now, I think sometimes we fall into this thing on this board about what's the test score in 3rd grade. I don't want to get hung up on that too much. I think there's a lot of other indicators that we should be looking at. But if the research shows it's a big influence, then I think we should be pushing for it. And it may not be just as simple as one score on a standardized test. I think there's a lot of other indicators we can look at in the social and intellectual development of a child. But it's my understanding the research points to that, and I think it's something we should be emphasizing in the state. And I thought that was a real key of the whole P through 20 system we were doing, is getting this head start, this early start that we may not see for 15 years really, but we will see that effect. And I believe that. I think the research shows that. So I wouldn't dismiss it so quickly.
You took my comments as I didn't. That wasn't what I was saying at all.
Okay, well that's
I was just saying at a
clear.
certain point when a child is in kindergarten, 1st grade, I'm going to see the primary responsibility of delivering the education as the responsibility of the school system having built on a really strong start. And I'm just looking at the accountability within the system. So you have a classroom teacher, which is what I asked Rob about. So once you have the readiness assessment, then the people who are really going to primarily deliver that in a school setting is going to be the school staff. I'm not at all disputing the importance of early learning or the investments there. It's just who's going to be the primary deliverer of the education for kids K-3.
So in the queue, I have Yvonne, Hannah, and oh, Nicole. Sorry. Sorry.
Well, I think actually probably similar remarks to Julie, but I think we need to find language to talk about those concepts as an and, not one or the other. And I think that the reality is absolutely the research does show that. In fact, if you really look at the research, you would go with birth weight, not kindergarten readiness. And while that's important, we have to figure out practical ways every day to hold each part of the system accountable. We have programs in the state that are incredibly successful at taking young people who are in 5th grade and incredibly behind and getting them that benchmark and in high school. And I think we're not at a place where we're prepared financially or as a system to have perfect early childhood across the board. And so we have to work towards that goal and at the same time find additional pathways and additional ways of accountability, because I don't think everybody is going to be kindergarten ready in a couple of years. And so we're going to need systems and support so that we can get students caught up in 3rd grade. And if they're not caught up by then get them caught up in 7th grade. We don't want to create a situation where we can give folks an out to give up on students, which is the system we have now. And I don't think we can accept that. And I would hate to see sort of the polarization of early childhood and K through 12 support that sort of out that we've always had.
Yeah.
Education is all about relationships, and what if success were there, it would be that there would be a relationship between early childhood, K-12 parents, and we would all be talking in the same room, the adults would be on the same page instead of pointing fingers and saying, parents, if you would have, or early childhood, if you would have, but it's about, and how are we all doing this together? And I'm not sure, we talked a lot about communication this morning from the OEIB. I don't know how we get there, but I think we have to get there where we start really talking about what our hopes and dreams are and how we're going to do it together, not hold someone accountable for something, but actually work together to accomplish something.
Thank you. Whitney and then Rob.
I was just going to mention, we talked about it this morning, that the OEIB is working on a pilot of regional achievement collaboratives, and the notion is really around the idea of could you begin, and this is the same idea of the hubs, could you begin in a region to have each member of the system kind of begin to look at all of the students in that region and feel a shared sense of accountability for their success. And so then you begin to see interesting partnerships between early learning providers and K-12, where K-12 begins to feel that it is their responsibility to look at what's happening to kids earlier in their lives, and the early learning providers begin to feel there is a sense of we need to be partnering with K-12 to make that transition more seamless. And I think by zone, to me, it's not about excusing anyone from accountability, but I do think that part of the innovative thinking that is happening here is about really how you can sort of multiply the effects of shared accountability, having more than one entity responsible for each outcome.
Rob and then Bobby.
I was trying to think about the places of intersection, and one of the things that OEIB has coming on is some researchers. I think it's really important that we utilize that to best effect across the P-20 continuum. And we've got this new kindergarten readiness assessment, and there are lots of different pieces of work that the researchers can do once we have some results from that. So I think that the very first question that we need to ask, and it's one that I'm willing to ask because I want the answer to be yes, would be let's ensure the validity of the KRA itself. Let's know if there is any kind of bias that's inherent in it, and have researchers do that, especially any kind of racial bias within that. And then think about if there's any kind of adjustment that might need to be made. I mean, that's something that these groups can do together that's going to be really important. Because I think after that, then we need to say, what do these results mean? And there are so many different variables that come within what do these results mean when we start talking about where the results come from in an individual community, because each community is unique. And so taking into account the variables within each community and then what those results say will be a really important piece that I think that the researchers can help us with, and the identification of some best practices. And lastly, it is, now that we have this, what investments get made for the best ROI? I mean, what do we do here for the best return on investment? There's lots of conversation about, is it prenatal? Is it birth to 2? Is it 3 through 5? Probably yes. Or is it, grades 1 through 3? Probably yes in all parts of that. But collectively, that group, once we have some results, what's our ROI and how do we invest? I think that's something that this group can work on and really come up with some great results. That's probably too much, but it is about that assessment, its validity, what it means, and then how to use the results in the most effective way.
Thank you. Bobby?
I don't want to take this up, that conversation, but so let me see if I can do this in transition a bit. I want to pick up on the first thing you said, Mark, about parents and families. For early learning, one of the most important things I think for us to recognize is that about half of our children are in homes with either their own parents or those of relatives, even in the year before kindergarten. So this image we have of American children or Oregon children getting these early childhood experiences in centers, the data doesn't match it. That isn't where our children are. And, I mean, some are, but it's not where the majority of them are. They're either with the majority are either with their own parents or with friends, family, neighbors prior. So when we talk about what goes through all the years, parents continue to be the critical ingredient in success in K-12 also. So I don't have a proposal, but it does seem one of the things that we share a great deal is this need for strong parenting to support everything that we're trying to do, whether it's through the council or through the OEIB. And we have this shared need to engage in a non-judgmental and supportive way the families of Oregon's children. And with the kindergarten assessment, it's likely that what we're going to find is that there is some correlation. I don't want to make it too high. The research doesn't support it being that high, but there's some correlation between the early learning experiences, especially for the lowest income children. When children get into middle or upper class, the research shows that having an early learning experience doesn't make that much difference in eventual school success. It's where it's critical is for the children who have not had stimulating enough experiences. So there's a research connection, and we'll get more information for Oregon when we have this opportunity to really study the results. But it does, I don't have a concrete proposal, but I would like to throw out that we share this need to engage parents.
Other thoughts? I'm sort of working on this framework here as I'm listening to people, and I'll propose it in just a minute. But before I do, are there other thoughts? Dana?
I just wanted to call out, I think, the theme that I heard emerging around shared accountability. And my role on the Early Learning Council, my role in my job at that health authority was really to be on point for understanding our shared accountability when it comes to early learning. And I think that's true for all of the education system and health. So when we talk about where is that level, the most immediate level of accountability, and I heard this early learning versus K-12, but I think it's really hard to segment that, and true for the families themselves, they're not segmented. So they need to have stable and attached relationships when they go home from school, no matter if it's early learning or K-12. They need to have the basic needs of housing and food security, and they need to be healthy to be able to engage in those environments. So you really can't draw that line of accountability, and it's the opportunity to collectively work together to impact our shared outcomes is where I see the opportunity. So where it sounds like there's a lot of discussion about communications this morning, and I think jointly that would be a great way to understand that we're all working collectively for those shared outcomes.
Thanks, Dana. Other thoughts?
Well, for me, one of the things, and it's hard for me to be at the 30,000 level because I tend to be at the grassroots level in terms of my work on a day-to-day basis. But there's a couple of words that I've heard today that in this conversation that make me think about it. To me, it's a multiplier effect. This is what the 19th people gave us at which is definitely it. And because it is a shared accountability piece for me, I'm thinking that where the importance is, if you took just the kindergarten readiness assessment, which we're preparing to do, we have not done it yet, but what's going to happen differently in the system is that every teacher will meet with every parent to have a conversation about the educational program planning for that child, even if it's in a 20-minute snippet. This is new. And what research has told us is, if you engage parents as the first teacher, the first educator for the child, and then begin to work with them in a way where they are impacting that child's development, that ultimately, for middle-class kids or any kid, gets you better results. It multiplies the outcomes that you want, the return on investment you want. So So that will happen, especially if you begin to do whatever the kindergarten assessment say that it will do, which is, track the kids up to 3rd grade. So you have, and continue to work with those parents and continue to interface, especially with those parents who are of highest need, not necessarily the ones that are not, but the ones that are of highest need, and continue to have those conversations. Likewise, if you stretch backwards, which we have not done as a system, we have a tendency to, when a child first enters formal schooling, that begins the conversation for us with that child and that family, and I'm certain that's also always going to happen. But what for me the hub concept does is say there's a collaborative joining of various service deliverers who are going to be working together and bridging what we have not done in the past. We tend to, in the system, see kindergartners as discrete, and as we move toward full day K, which we have in Portland, but not everywhere, full day K across the state, that's a different way of looking at kindergarten for school systems. So there's different kinds of conversations and different kinds of interactions that need to happen even prior to that first entry. And the teacher then recognizes that the child comes with staying home, been in a wonderful pre-K program, whatever, and you have to redesign a program that meets different needs, which should ultimately impact that 3rd grade test score. So to me, that's the seamless piece of it. So I kind of sort of understood what I think Julia was saying. I don't know where the accountability comes. I think where some of the results we're seeking will come is not necessarily through the word accountability, but through how we can work differently with the populations that we have been getting year after year after year. But for me, that's why the whole focus on making sure that the transition piece is really known to the system, K-12, sorry, or it's pre-K-12, K-12 system, because we haven't known that those transitions are that important in the past.
Others? Thanks. All right, so here's what I'm hearing. Let's try this out this time. All right. So I think no matter how we define it, we still are really talking about that point or points of transition, right? Which is really the focal point is kindergarten. So I'm putting together lots of stuff here, and I may be in the moment, I may be way out. And historically, if we look at the points at which we keep data, not only in Oregon but in other states, it's really around kindergarten readiness and 3rd grade reading. Historically, Oregon falls in the bottom quartile of states on those measures. Our goal would be instead to be in the top quartile of states around those measures. Long-term goal. I heard somebody, maybe it was Lynn, suggest that. So if our shared work is around those, that the transition, kindergarten or kindergarten to 3rd grade, if you believe in the zone defense or offense, and we have our goal of reaching the top quartile, then really what we're about are those pieces that support that work to happen. And I heard us talking about shared accountability for kindergarten readiness and 3rd grade reading, and that we would use the data together. We look at the data together to focus our efforts. We look at those as points of measurement for inputs, or as input points of measurements to determine a return on investment. We may want to think about professional development differently. We're working on professional development in early learning. You're working on professional development in the OEIB. And maybe what we ought to think about is early childhood to 3rd grade professional development. So there is a continuum, a seamless continuum that gets to that seamless piece that Mark was talking about as another. So I heard kindergarten readiness, I heard 3rd grade reading scores, I heard professional development, I heard a data system that would support our ability to analyze how that would happen across those pieces and provide continual input. And then lastly, I heard this piece about communications. And it was communications about our expectations and support as a culture, that parents are their first and best teachers of their kids, and we expect and want to support strong parenting throughout, whether it's early childhood or then into the K-12 system. So that sort of frames, I think, but maybe I'm not accurate in what I just said. Does that hit the mark for what we just talked about? Yes, no, maybe? I have a 9-year-old. Yes, no, maybe so.
You know, and maybe this is under the last part where I was supposed to make a few comments, but I'm thinking a little bit about the vehicles, and Whitney started a conversation when earlier in our meeting we talked about the power of the regional achievement compacts and how if you take one person from each of those compacts and then you have them meet as a group, it can be a group that starts saying what are the best practices coming out of all of the compacts, how do we inform each other. And so I really see the hubs as being critically important to us as we think about what's the relationship between the hubs and the achievement compacts, and how do we have people, at least one person who's really involved in the hubs, involved in the achievement compacts, and how do we come together to really learn together. And because I think all of the things that you've listed, the transitions, the accountability, the importance of parents, we need a vehicle by which we really gain the shared responsibility. And I can just tell you by being part of a achievement compact group, I can tell you that the university president at University of Oregon is concerned about third grade reading, as I now have become about making sure when kids graduate from high school they do get to college. They might apply and get in, but a lot of them don't show up at the door. So I think what we've really got to focus on is how do we really create the vehicle between the hubs and the achievement compacts to really move this stuff forward and take the best practices and then start solving problems together. And I think about my son he's 30 now, but he was less than 2 pounds 30 years ago, so he's a miracle baby. And I think about what I learned by having easy care, and then I think about that I was a first grade teacher, and I saw so many families, I might have one of their children and the mom's pregnant, and I could have used every opportunity to let her know about resources to help make sure at a prenatal level that baby was healthy. Because my son was born to a 14-year-old mother who didn't even know she was pregnant and didn't know how to take care of him, and he had tremendous risk factors by the time I had the opportunity to become his mother. And so I think there's just these things we really need. I think these vehicles will make us jointly responsible, and I think there's accountability in it for sure, but I think even bigger than that is this really committing to this P20 pathway, and that we're all responsible for every point on the pathway. We're going to learn about that together. And I really do have a dream that every kindergarten, first grade teacher is seeing moms who might be pregnant and can really help them get the resources or share some skills. So I'd like to really, I guess in my remarks, we're going to go back and put together a lot of what we heard today, and I think it's really critical we include this early learning piece and the transitions and the vehicles, because I think we can get it all done.
So I want to react to that, and I think that's right, but I also want to challenge us to not just think about how communities do this regionally, but how we do it at the state level between the boards, right? The OEIB and the ELC, because we ought to be doing things together that mirror what happens regionally, that support what happens regionally. And I don't know, we have Dick as a shared member, but Dick probably can't do it on his own. So we ought to be thinking about what's the vehicle, what's the communication, what's the shared conversation that we need to be having, so that as we go about our business and our individual lanes of traffic, we're sending the same message and we're supporting what we want to have happen locally. I don't know what the answer to that is, but I don't want us to just say it's all out there. It has to be here too.
Yeah, and so one of our big pieces today was around that communication, sort of the communication plan and how we make sure when we're doing that we're inclusive. And so I think that could be one way to begin. So thank you for that. I really think about that. We'll really think about that too. And you do too. So.
But Nancy, we have joint committees already, so this is one step in that direction. Be not cross-pollinate on the joint committee.
Yeah, that would be great.
And I think, the other piece that we have as the Early Learning Council that we ought to be thinking about is this Partnership and Innovation Fund that we got from the legislature, which is really all about creating a closer relationship at a community level between the early learning community or the early childhood professionals in a given community and the elementary schools for the purpose of focusing on that transition. And so that may be a tool to your point about that closer regional relationship.
So you might have meant this or included this in what you just said, so I might be redundant, but I'm thinking about, for example, the best practice committee, so where we might not have joint members, maybe there are some opportunities to put some committees together to do PLC kind of learning. Because I'm thinking about what you said about mirroring between our boards and at the governmental level, what we're asking our communities to do. And I know we're right now trying to figure out in our county how we learn really quickly together what we need to know in order to all be engaged in this work and all take responsibility for it. And it feels like there's a lot this group still needs to know. We've talked a lot about K-12, but we haven't talked a lot about early learning. So I'd like to know more about the zones and what those indicators are and what kinds of supports are needed in those indicators. So I think there's some background knowledge we need, but then I think jointly one of the pieces of the work we all have to do is say once we get above the weeds in just getting some background knowledge, what are really those points that are our responsibilities to hold onto and make a difference, and where are we, I mean, just really be transparent about where is it going to take us courage in joining together to overcome some of those barriers. Because we're going to have to model that at this level of the system in order for that to happen at the other levels.
Well, I think that's right. We can either make it much harder or we can help facilitate that connection. I mean, ultimately it needs to happen right at that level, but we can either make it harder or we can facilitate.
I was going to say two things. One is that we have a small glimpse of success on what we're a little bit talking about here on the Casey projects, on just a real narrow piece of Department of Human Services to cut down foster care. I mean, that's where we struck up the community and we've had success there. Matter of fact, Oregon's been #1 in that area by lowering the percentage of doing that. Blah blah blah. But what Rob said is the return on investment. I mean, we smile at that, but the cheapest dollar spent is going to be on the front end of this. It's always the front end of the preventive, because that was Dick Alexander's mantra, you know, because we both came out of the same thing about juvenile delinquency, throw them in jail, throw the key away. Well, that doesn't make sense. You should be down there at the front end and not putting them in jail, right? So I mean, so we need to be on the preventive piece, and that's where the money is the cheapest to do that. And it's interesting that on this data that we have, the 1,000-day thing that was mentioned had nothing to do with the child. It had to do with the female at conception, that if she was in good health for 1,000 days, don't do anything with the child, he's going to be better in 3rd grade. I mean, so I mean, duh. So would that make sense? And maybe we should be paying attention to the health of in that situation. And there's documentation for that. That's just not the used car salesman talking. That's there's documentation on that. So I think we would really be short-sighted not having the two groups be working together. And I don't know whether it's every 6 months or every quarter on the committee or what have you, but we need to, you know, draw all of the arrows out of our quiver we can, and this is put all these assets together. Do that.
You know, another big part of our conversation, and the governor talked about it a lot, is when you talk about what are the boards going to do together, how do we get enthusiasm out in the field? And you're going to be having hubs, we're going to be having achievement compact. There's feelings from people out there that people at the state level have been talking a whole long time about how we're going to change the system, and that we've got to really get these things in place and get out and really start communicating about these benefits, not just between us, but between the communities who are really going to, who have the children. So I just, as much as I do want us to get together, I think more important now is what's the strategy that's really going to get our communities enthusiastic about this and investing in it and believing in it, because they're who's going to really change the dial on the outcome. So I just, you know what I mean? Sometimes you work out policy at a state level, but it's like what's happening on the ground. It's time to get it to the ground.
So a couple things here is, and this is probably obvious to everyone, but maybe I just need to make sure we're clear on this, is that the population that we deal with in the Early Learning Council side is the 45,000 kids born every year, half into poverty, which is not progress for the state of Oregon now, but that is not the scenario when I was born here. So we're going, our birth numbers are getting worse in terms of children born into poverty. But our focus is the 45,000 kids born every year, and the percentage of those kids that if they don't get something will never graduate from high school. And to the education piece, if we don't do our job at the early learning side of the equation with the percentage of those 45,000 births, you don't have a prayer of achieving your education goals, because a child that arrives that has had significant abuse, significant neglect, not enough food, not enough love, you just need to multiply, I don't know, you would know the number, by 5 or 10, how much money the education system's going to have to put in that child. So we have this responsibility for getting these kids who are falling off the cart right now to kindergarten, ready to go, so the teachers can teach them and the education system can be held accountable for educating them. You have the responsibility as the OEIB for the education system for the state of Oregon. So there's just a different, if you process engineer this, and I think that's something to be well worth doing at some point before we go into public communication, because people get very confused with what we're talking about. If I'm a middle-class family in Portland right now, I'm worried about my kid getting enough education to get into college successfully on a 170-day school year. That's a little bit different than what we're looking at for the kids we're dealing with. And I think to your point, and to the governor's point, that we have to communicate this successfully, it has to be simpler than we're making it here. It has to be that we have an expectation in Oregon to be top quartile. And then we can back out these parts about who we're dealing with, because if we don't do our job well, they aren't going to get it educated. They're just not going to make it. And I think we haven't made that clear to people. I think that's a critical part of what we're about here. And I really want to underscore that this isn't rocket science on the early learning side of the equation. We now have an embarrassment of research. We have an embarrassment of information. We have an embarrassment of what you can do with autistic kids when they're 2 years old so that they get through the education system. And so we're overburdened with information and underburdened with action, and I think that's the onus we're putting on the hub piece, is we got to get going. We got to do this. Where kids are drowning right now, and it isn't that we need to study it for 5 more years on our side of the equation. I'm not speaking for the K through 12 part. I'm not as knowledgeable about that. But I just want us to keep that in mind, that there should be a real strong urgency to getting this going.
And I'm kind of looking at the clock.
Yep.
We're overdue on this conversation time-wise, but we're still fine as far as meeting time. But I didn't know.
I think we're running out of steam.
That's
on this,
kind of my.
And I think we need to
That was
sort
my
of
take.
drill down to what are the specific next steps that we want to take.
My strong recommendation would be that we do have quarterly meetings of the joint group, because I think this has been very informative for me. Secondly, Lynn, I wanted to respond to one of your points. It's true that we do have an increased number of children in poverty. And the other side of this conversation is what do we do to make sure families aren't bringing children into, or birthing children into poverty. So that's an economic development conversation. But I also believe from what I've read about the Finland school system, is that one of the things that they have achieved is making sure that every child gets the same thing. It's equity. And I think we do want to make sure that the children, whether they're born into a middle class or upper middle class family, and their child is born into poverty, have the same experiences, or an opportunity for the same experiences.
Well, Nancy, Pam, and John, do you feel like you have a direction from this group on kind of synthesizing this information for next steps?
I do. We heard from one person about what we want to do next steps. Does everyone feel like that's a good next step? Does anyone have other ideas about next steps? It sounds great to me, but does that sound good? Quarterly meetings?
I think that sounds fine. And I also want to suggest, and I'll just, with my early learning colleagues' permission, suggest that we have a litmus test on our side because of this transition piece that we want to focus on, that we don't proceed without asking ourselves what it means and what the impact is on the transition. So we're about to proceed with hubs. We're about to proceed with professional development. We're about to proceed with a quality rating system that allows parents to have transparent information about the level of quality of the early childhood environment in which they're going to place their child. We should not be proceeding without thinking about and talking with you about what it means for that case setting. So if there are no objections from my colleagues, I'd like to suggest that we impose a litmus test for ourselves as a commitment to our colleagues in the OEIB. Objections? No? All right. So we will do that.
It's amazing how few objections you get around 4:30. Okay, I'd like to kind of tie things up with the first ELC and then the OEIB. We'll do that, but first, are there any comments, questions for a joint ELC/OEIB meeting? I want to thank you for coming. It was very informative and very exciting. I want to kind of echo what Lynn said, how important we have to have with urgency and a message of urgency. We can't wait for another group of kids to fall through the cracks. We've got to keep moving fast. So thank you for all you've done, positioning us, and enjoy the day. Thank you for coming.
So I just want to talk about where we're going next together. As you know, the governor wants to celebrate all the hard work that collectively these two boards have done together. And so he's invited the board members and key staff members to his home. And we're passing out a map to make sure you can all get there. And there's a lot of work to do ahead of time. But what I heard mostly was all the work that's been done and what a tremendous foundation it is for the next steps, which is really holding ourselves accountable for our children. So I think we do have some things. We need a moment of celebration, and that's what this is going to be. So I hope you can all join us in celebrating, and I'm just thrilled that we're going to be working even closely together on the next step. So I appreciate it.
So with that, I'm going to adjourn our meeting. Thank you.